Welcome to The Hand Behind Unmanned, a podcast about how America fights war without human beings, told from the perspective of the human beings making those choices. I'm Jackie Schneider.
And I'm Julia McDonald. In this podcast, we take you inside weapons budget lines and behind classified program doors to understand not only what unmanned technology the U.S. military bought, but why. For those of you who came for the technology, we hope you'll stay for the people, because this really is a story about remarkable humans, historical junctures, and our beliefs about the future of war and what that means for unmanned weapons we buy.
Along the way in our unmanned journey, we'll learn valuable lessons about how technology shapes the winners and losers in war, how humans and technology interact at a time when the march of technological progress seems inevitable, how public funds get invested when it comes to warfare, and above all, the human hands at the heart of unmanned technology. I'm Jackie Schneider. I am the Hargrove Hoover Fellow at the Hoover Institution at Stanford University, and I'm the director of Hoover's Wargaming and Crisis Simulation Initiative. Before coming to Stanford, I was a professor at the Naval War College, and I've served 20 years in the Air Force as both an active duty and reserve intelligence officer. I have a PhD in political science, and my research looks at the intersection of technology, national security, and political psychology.
I'm Julia McDonald. I'm a research professor at the University of Denver's Corbell School of International Studies, and I'm also Director of Research and Engagement at the Asia New Zealand Foundation in Wellington, New Zealand. Along the way, I've served in a variety of roles in the New Zealand government, focused on defence and national security. I have a PhD in political science, and my research looks at questions around use of force decisions and military strategy and effectiveness.
What is unmanned anyway? We take an expansive view of what we mean by unmanned, and really, it's about being unhuman. How technology can distance the human from the act of violence in war. Sometimes that means that a system is uncrewed, but remotely operated. Sometimes it means that the system has some autonomy or freedom to choose its target, but maybe it's launched by something else that's manned, like an aircraft or a destroyer. Some unmanned systems are smart and autonomous, but others, and to be honest, probably historically most, are kind of dumb and automated. There is a huge spectrum of capability, missions, and ways in which unmanned technologies have shaped historical and now modern battlefields.
Sounds a bit complicated, but let's turn to our colleague, friend, and defense expert from the Center of a New American Security, Paul Shari, to make this a little simpler for us. Paul has literally written the book on autonomy, titled The Army of None.
The terminology here is really slippery because you put like 10 experts in a room to define autonomy, you come out with 15 different definitions. And I think what's hard is people will talk about a spectrum of autonomy, but there's actually like 3 different dimensions to the spectrum. So one is this idea of the relationship between the person and the machine. And so you get terms like semi-autonomous, where there's a human in the loop and the machine's taking some action, it stops, and then the human has to push a button or take some action for it to continue. You get supervised autonomous systems where the human is on the loop and then the machine is performing some task and the human could intervene if they're not happy with what it's doing. So an example might be like a self-driving car today. If it's in some kind of autopilot mode and you're sitting there letting it drive, but the human could intervene. And then you have fully autonomous systems where the human is out of the loop and there's not a way to intervene, or at least not in a timely fashion. And so that might be like you hop in one of these Waymo taxis and you're just in the back seat and there's no steering wheel and like, whatever happens, right? So that's one dimension of autonomy. But there's another dimension that also people will use terms like automatic and automated and autonomous to refer to. That's about the complexity of the machine. And so you can have really simple systems that we tend to call automatic, where there's this really direct feedback between input and action. So examples might be a tripwire or a landmine or like an old mechanical thermostat or toaster, right? So you make some setting and it's a really simple, it's mechanical oftentimes, actually like the input and output. Then you have systems that might be more complicated that we would tend to call automated, where there's some set of parameters that a human sets for how it functions. An example there might be like a programmable thermostat, where based on the times of days, this is what actions it's going to perform. Then people use terms like automated to refer to something that is more sophisticated, that might be goal-oriented. And so there's a goal that this system is trying to achieve. So an example might be with a self-driving car. Okay, the goal is the destination. And it's taking input from the environment. It's making decisions about how to drive to get there. And you can imagine, like, that's different than some very simple pre-programmed car that just drives straight forward, for 100 meters and then turns right and then drives a certain amount of distance. That's going to work on a closed track. But these, we're going to build this thing and it's autonomous. And then they build it, and then they can now see the inner workings of what it does. And people will say, well, is it autonomous? Maybe it's just automated. And so I think, those are different concepts in some ways, right? And it's useful to use the terms, but it's also maybe not like a really hard and fast definition. And I think that's important when we think about, whether it's inside the DoD or internationally, things like regulating kind of some of these systems. Like, some of these terms are easier to define and pin systems down. And then the third dimension that's really important is just, what is it doing? Like, what is the task that you're having the machine do? And that's critically important. So you look at like a top-of-the-line automobile today, and they have features like intelligent cruise control and automatic braking and self-parking, different tasks that start to get automated, or you could say the machine is autonomous to do that task, right? And that's true in the military space too, right? So you have fire and forget missiles that can maneuver their way to the target, but the human still chooses the target. Think about a targeting cycle in military operations. Which task are we automating, or which task are we making autonomous, is really critically important. So let's talk about like a lock-on after launch homing missile, right, that's launched from an aircraft. So you launch this missile, the pilot is launching it at something, at an enemy target, but it's not wire guided, it's not being remotely controlled once it's launched. And so on one level, you might say the missile is fully autonomous once it's launched. And that's a fair way to characterize it. You're not going to recall that. You don't have any control over it. But is it finding its own targets? Is it deciding in some grander sense which targets to go after? No, it's being launched at something in particular. And so when you think about sort of the scope of its autonomy, it's relatively narrow. And some of this gets a little bit technical. So it depends on things like, okay, when does the seeker turn on? Is it turning on before launch, and then the pilot is able to lock onto a target? Or is it turning on after launch? If it's turning on after launch, how big is the search radius for this weapon system? How big is the secret acquisition basket, right? To use a kind of a technical term people use, basically the field of view of the seeker that it might lock onto. A lot of these munitions are really aimed to go after like a specific target, where you would say, well, the human is still choosing the target. Like the human knows what it's going after, but not all of them. There are examples like the Israeli Harpy drone that searches over a really wide area. It's an anti-radar drone, and you don't have to know the specific target that you're going after. It searches over a big area. In the 80s, the U.S. Navy had a missile called the Tomahawk anti-ship cruise missile, the TASM, that would do this. You sort of launch it over the horizon in the general direction of Soviet ships, and it was cued by some kind of naval aviation asset, an ISR asset that would say, okay, we know there are ships here, but the time delay was such that by the time the missile got there, the ships were going to move during this really big search pattern. And that's a place where then you're kind of giving that machine more freedom, more autonomy, and then like what task the machine is doing and what is the human doing, it starts to get a little bit blurrier.
As Paul illustrates, autonomy and unmanned are not necessarily new to the American battlefield. And in fact, the quest for technology to replace humans on the battlefield is almost as old as war itself.
For centuries, people have tried to find ways to fight wars without humans. There are reports of unmanned balloons and mines in ancient China. In the 1500s, Leonardo da Vinci sketched out an unmanned vehicle that could take off and land without a pilot. The United States' flirtation with autonomy started at the birth of our great nation during the Revolutionary War. Yale graduate David Bushnell was intrigued by the potential to use asymmetric technology. In this case, we're talking about floating kegs of gunpowder to harass the very fancy and very much more capable British Navy. His first combat experiment was to send tethered mines, fire-powered kegs with a crude contact fuse that were attached by a rope to the American very small vessel, towards a British frigate that was harassing American ports near New London, Connecticut. A nearby British schooner noticed the line and reeled it onto the vessel to inspect the unknown object. At that point, the mine exploded, sinking the schooner and killing 3 sailors. Now, that was not Bushnell's intended target. The actual target was the British frigate Cerberus, but it left an impression on the British Navy. The captain of the British frigate wrote back to England, "The ingenuity of these people is singular in their secret modes of mischief." Bushnell and the Americans would continue their mischief in the waters off of New Jersey when Bushnell sent 40 floating mines down the Delaware River, trying to sink the British ships anchored in Philadelphia Harbor. The kegs were more or less duds. None of them hit any British vessels, but they caused widespread panic, and for a full day, the impressive British Navy expended their guns on anything floating in the harbor. Was it a resounding success for the Americans? No. But it did make the great British Navy look a bit ridiculous, and it became a rallying cry for those mischievous Americans, which they then captured in song.
These kegs now hold the rebels bold, and the people heritage, and here are now to attack the tongue, way of daring.
The U.S. would once again try its hand with mines, both in the water and on land, during the Civil War. Confederate generals, in particular one General James Rains, laid mines in both ground and naval campaigns in order to combat a far better equipped Union military. Coincidentally, or maybe not, General Rains had previously experimented with landmines during the Seminole Wars, hiding shells under the bodies of dead soldiers, but disastrous results. In one particularly gruesome episode, an American landmine set up by a possum drew American soldiers out of their fort, only to be attacked by a waiting group of Seminole Indians. The Union military wasn't pleased with Rains' use of landmines, but to be fair, nor was all of the Confederate military leadership. But the North begrudgingly began to adopt landmines as they moved into Southern territory. Union General Tecumseh Sherman wrote in June 1864, "I now decide that the use of the torpedo is justifiable in war in the advance of an army. But after the adversary has gained the country by fair, warlike means, then the case changes entirely. The use of torpedoes and blowing up our cars in the road after they are in our possession is simply malicious." I think this is an important time to pause, because at the end of the 19th century, technology began to catch up to the imagination of these warfighters. Whereas before, if you wanted unmanned, you had to accept that removing the human via technology would come with very little control, and therefore a very high chance of both failure and fratricide. But moving into the 20th century, technological advances in radio, gyroscopes, and other electronic guidance mechanisms opened up a world of possibilities for unmanned technology. In particular, these turn of the 20th century technological innovations ushered in a golden age for the torpedo, or self-propelled guided naval mines. Let's turn to Dr. Kate Epstein, Associate Professor of History at Rutgers-Camden, whose book Torpedo tells the story of the rise of the technology in the late 19th century into World War I.
There's kind of this well-known race, you get a more powerful gun, you get more powerful armor, you then get an even more powerful gun, even more powerful armor, and so on. But actually, the gun and the torpedo were in a competition as well. And the stakes of it were really like, would the capital ship, the battleship, and the battle cruiser kind of remain viable ways of kind of projecting combat power on the world's oceans? The great thing about a torpedo is you only really need one hit from it to potentially sink a ship, whereas chances are you're going to need multiple hits from a gun. So the basic competition is really basically about range. How far can you expect to make a certain percentage of hits at? How you define what's an acceptable percentage of hits or an acceptable probability of hitting is a subjective judgment. It's not like there's some platonic form of here's the percentage of hits you need to make. But basically, every time the torpedo's range got longer, the more important it became for ships to be able to hit with their guns.
In many ways, the end of the 19th century and beginning of the 20th century looks a lot like today. It was a time of technological and political uncertainty, where these militaries had to make a decision about what unmanned they were going to buy, but it had big effects on the manned force structure.
That was like, to me, one of the kind of shocks of writing the book. I always thought that like tactics were fairly straightforward and it was strategy that it was the hard part. Well, not if like every single technology that your extremely technologically intensive combat arm uses is changing at the same time. So it's ship armor, ship gunnery, optics, telecommunication. So radio is coming on ships. So like figuring out, like you kind of pity these officers, like figuring out what the next battle was actually going to look like was intellectually actually like a very difficult challenge.
These technological innovations made the torpedo, and to some extent the mine, the dominant unmanned weapon of World War I. But it wasn't the U.S. that was leaning into these technologies. It was the Germans whose submarine U-boats launched an unrestricted campaign against Allied shipping and combat vessels throughout the Atlantic. It was a German torpedo that sunk the American ship Lusitania, killing over 1,000 and drawing the U.S. officially into World War I. In total, German and Austro-Hungarian U-boats equipped with torpedoes sank almost 5,000 merchant ships during World War I, killing approximately 15,000 Allied sailors. It was a gruesome war, a war in which unmanned technology, torpedoes, to some extent naval mines, and very crude landmines dug into the Western Front created cruel and enormous losses of life. And it wasn't how the U.S. wanted to fight the next war, which could help to explain why, despite experimentation between World War I and World War II, the U.S. Navy largely shuttered its mine and torpedo industries. Faced with declining defense budgets, the Navy moved the munitions to the bottom of their priority lists, behind the new aircraft, submarines, and carriers the service was clamoring for. That left the Navy in a game of catch-up when World War II began. As Robert Gannon, author of Hellions of the Deep, The Development of American Torpedoes in World War II, dryly noted, the Navy was left with a tiny dribble of beautifully crafted torpedoes, barely less erratic than their World War I forefathers, produced by an organization corpulent, sluggish, and not so much consciously resistant to change as physically and emotionally unable to. But maybe it's not really the Navy that dropped the ball. Maybe what makes torpedoes and mines less interesting is that there's something new on the scene. Air power may have made a timid debut in World War I, but it was a full-blown teenager by World War II, anxious to show its independence and impact on the modern battlefields. It had mixed success. It was the Japanese, not the Americans, that launched perhaps the most ambitious use of unmanned aerial systems during the war. Between 1944 and 1945, the Japanese launched 9,300 explosive-laden balloons, of which 361 eventually arrived in North America. But the United States was not far behind the Japanese. The U.S. Navy employed a squadron of unmanned aircraft in the Pacific. The Army Air Force also sent a handful of unmanned bombers against targets in Germany, and both services used drones so heavily for targeting practice that a British invention, the OQ-2 radio plane, became the world's first mass-produced drone. In all this experimentation, there were some serious duds. No doubt because even the new developments in radar and electronic transmissions couldn't overcome the extraordinary difficulty of controlling these systems, especially in war. One of the best examples of these failed experiments was Operation Aphrodite, in which unmanned B-17s were stripped down of any armor and equipped with twice the firepower of a normal B-17. Unfortunately, the unmanned B-17 couldn't take off safely on its own, and so the plane required a pilot and co-pilot to take off from inside the cockpit. They would then transfer control to the mothership and parachute from what was, at that point, a B-17 drone. It was a complicated and dangerous concept. In the end, Operation Aphrodite and the Navy version Anvil included only 14 missions. 4 crew members were killed, including the older brother of future President John F. Kennedy, and none of the drones ever successfully bombed their targets. The program was terminated, but General Spaatz ordered that a few of the platforms be left. displayed ostensibly ready to launch in order to leave in the minds of the Germans the threat of robot attacks.
So we're going to stop here and fast forward now through a few decades and multiple wars to the 21st century, when Predator and Reaper drones became household names thanks to the War on Terror. And now, 2 decades later, over the skies of Ukraine, soldiers are sending thousands of small, cheap drones to spy, attack, and resupply the lines of what has become a dug-in war of very human attrition. It's what happens in those decades and through those wars that will be the subject of the rest of this podcast. But first, let's take a second to talk about how we can understand those investments over the next half a century.
I think what our quick montage through unmanned history shows is that the U.S. arsenal of drones and remotely piloted aircraft didn't come about from some sort of predetermined linear pathway, getting more and more advanced as time went on. Instead, it's more like a maze than a pathway, a jumble of dead ends, rabbit holes, and hidden passages. That's complicated. So sometimes we look for the easiest explanation for why some weapon systems are bought and others never make it to the battlefields.
The first of these is the technology explanation. Simply put, unmanned arsenals are driven by technological development. As technology gets better, more and more capable unmanned appear on the battlefield. And certainly, that explains a lot about unmanned technology. We needed the radio, the radars, computers to make unmanned a reality on the battlefield. But that doesn't explain why we have remote-controlled aircraft instead of conventional long-range missiles. It doesn't explain why so little innovation has occurred within the U.S. inventory of mines. And it certainly doesn't explain why the Air Force, the service of pilots, led the adoption of unmanned over the last few decades. The second, simpler explanation is what we call a capacity hypothesis. Simply put, more dollars in equals more unmanned capabilities out. States need investments in an industrial base, in research and development, and in procuring or buying unmanned things. More investment equals more unmanned things.
Let's turn to Mike Horowitz. He's the director of Perry Worldhouse and the Richard Perry Professor at the University of Pennsylvania. He's also the Senior Fellow for Technology and Innovation at the Council on Foreign Relations. For 2 years, he was the Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Force Development and Emerging Capabilities, which means he literally wrote the book on what types of autonomous technologies the U.S. should be buying. But maybe most importantly, he's a military innovation and military technology proliferation expert. His first book, The Diffusion of Military Power, explained why some states adopt technology and others fail to follow their lead.
If we're talking about the proliferation of uncrewed technology, we're really talking about 2 things. One is the spread of the different technologies themselves, and the second is the ability of militaries to actually adopt them. And those are different things. We've really seen increasingly widespread diffusion of uncrewed technologies, driven in large part because the technological availability is just there and the price point is right, and they've increasingly been proven as effective in a lot of different real-world conflicts.
So one simple explanation is that the more capacity a state has to buy and build these technologies, the more likely unmanned systems are to diffuse and proliferate across militaries. Certainly, capacity matters. But capacity comes after choices made by humans about which weapons and technologies we think will help us win a future war. These human choices are driven by beliefs. Beliefs about what wars we will have to fight and how technology will shape those wars. As Ben Jensen, director of the Futures Lab, a senior fellow for the Defense and Security Department at the Center for Strategic and International Studies, a professor at Marine Corps University, explains,
I think there's a tendency sometimes to assume that there's a degree of technological push or even technological determinism. That all of a sudden gadgets fall from the sky and antiquated warriors fumble with them and then start to change how they fight. But most of my journey has found the exact opposite. Usually it's the imagination of the warrior that allows you to kind of see new opportunities on the horizon. And then there's this just fascinating, often under-theorized, complex interactions with the defense bureaucracy and civilian scientists and industry that kind of lead to often strange pathways for different technologies that no one might have chosen initially, but that end up kind of growing out of that complex negotiation.
Untangling this knot to understand how these beliefs translate into lines within a congressional budget tells us something far beyond a rote inventory of unmanned systems. It tells us how ideas transit circuitous paths, how they diverge and intersect based on chance meetings and belief chaperones, and how some beliefs find themselves in dead ends, while others become ingrained within identities and ultimately shape the budgets and technologies of military arsenals.
This is a podcast about human beliefs, about the role of identity, organizational culture, and the American way of war. In this episode, we told you a bit about the humans that drove early American autonomous experimentation. But after World War II, technology and a new U.S. military created new human agency about which technologies we would invest in. People had to lead influence campaigns for weapons, lobbying in Congress, the halls of the Pentagon, and within the intellectual foundation of American national security. These are what we scholars might call policy entrepreneurs. But they're the true influencers, influencing the biggest choices about what the U.S. buys. Really, this is their story.
As we've seen in this episode, even as technology makes it more and more possible to fight wars without human beings, humans have had a constant, complex, and fascinating role to play. Humans don't just design the technologies, also decide whether they'll be built, bought, and used. They say yes to bad technologies and say no to great ones. Sometimes emotions and pre-existing beliefs get in the way, and sometimes those same beliefs allow make truly revolutionary choices about American military effectiveness. The way people and organizations think about technology, that is, the beliefs that they hold about them, are crucial to understanding their use and proliferation. People and institutions cultivate, adopt, and then champion these beliefs to build support for certain weapons within the political system. When shocks occur, like a war or a political crisis, windows of opportunity open for these actors to push forward their ideas, navigating budget cycles and attempting to make their preferred policies stick. So you may have been with us at the beginning for a story about technology, but this is a story just as much about the invisible human hand as it is about unmanned technology. Making that human hand more visible in the saga of unmanned technology reveals something about how states choose the ways in which they fight wars. It helps us to better understand the relationship between human nature, organizations, states, and the conduct of war. In the next few episodes, we'll see the role of beliefs and identity play out across U.S. history. We'll start with the beginning of the nuclear age. We'll move to Vietnam and the end of the Cold War, introduce you to a post-Cold War American military, the Gulf War, and 20 years of a war on terror. In our last episode, we'll look to the future and explore how wars in Ukraine, Israel, and the Red Sea may influence the trajectory of the U.S. unmanned arsenal. Will it be an arsenal of exquisite drones and long-range precision, or will the coffers be filled with quadcopters and small, attritable systems? Start the journey with us in episode 2. I'm Julia.
And I'm Jackie.
This is the Hand Behind Unmanned podcast. If you liked it, buy the book. It's by Oxford University Press and available on Amazon.
Thanks for listening. Episode 2. How we learned to love unmanned, the Cold War, nuclear weapons, and strategic unmanned stability. It was 1945, and the world had changed forever. The United States had just secured Allied victory in World War II, and the world had just witnessed the first use of a terrifying weapon called the atomic bomb. The war was over, but General Hap Arnold was already thinking about the next war. Legend has it that General Arnold declared, "We have just won a war with a lot of heroes flying around in planes.
The next war may be fought with airplanes with no men in them at all. Take everything you've learned about aviation and war and throw it out of the window, and let's go to work on tomorrow's aviation. It will be different from anything the world has ever seen. General Arnold had just finished commanding pilots as they bombed Europe and Japan and would go on to lead the new U.S. Air Force. He came from a tribe that was intensely proud of the pilots slipping the surly bonds of Earth. Yet here he was, predicting that one day soon, there would be no pilot at all.
Welcome to The Hand Behind Unmanned, a podcast about how America fights war without human beings, told from the perspective of the human beings making those choices. I'm Jackie Schneider.
And I'm Julia McDonald. In this podcast, we take you inside weapons budget lines and behind classified program doors to understand not only what unmanned technology the US military bought, but why. For those of you who came for the technology, we hope you'll stay for the people, because this really is a story about remarkable humans, historical junctures, and our beliefs about the future of war and what that means for unmanned weapons we buy.
Along the way in our unmanned journey, we'll learn valuable lessons about how technology shapes the winners and losers in war, how humans and technology interact at a time when the march of technological progress seems inevitable, how public funds get invested when it comes to warfare, and above all, the human hands at the heart of unmanned technology. We pick up the story of America's autonomous arsenal in a post-World War II United States. There is a simmering tension with our previous ally, the Soviet Union, and the U.S. is jousting with the socialist state to rebuild the international order. Choices need to be made about the American military, its weapons, organizational structure, and purpose. In particular, two important weapons debuted at the end of World War II. The rocket, first invented by the Germans, and America's own homegrown nuclear bomb. A post-war America needs to figure out how it will build its new military to leverage these technologies, protect democracies in a new world order, and somehow avoid nuclear war. Enter the Air Force.
Off we go into the wild blue yonder, climbing high into the sun.
In 1947, as part of its attempts to rebuild the new post-war military, the United States introduced the National Security Act. The law reorganized the Department of War and U.S. intelligence agencies, and most importantly to our story, created the Air Force. The Air Force is going to dominate much of this podcast because starting in 1947, the Air Force begins to give off what my tween daughter might call main character energy. And so, given the introduction of the Air Force to our story, I want to pause in the timeline and introduce one of the most important ideas that shaped the contemporary U.S. unmanned arsenal. You might remember from our first episode that we said that beliefs and identities were how big organizations like the Department of Defense make decisions about weapons and force structure, especially when faced with uncertainty. These beliefs about the future of war, about the role of technology, change over time. But our ideas about who we are, our identity, can play a large role in the beliefs we are more or less willing to adopt or abandon. We, as individual humans, have our own personal identities, but groups can also have identities. In the Department of Defense, there are a few groups that have very strong identities so strong that absent big interventions, these identities can dictate the direction of the American military. We call them service identities. So what are the services, and what are their unique identities? The military services, the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, and recently Space Force, all have distinct cultures, traditions, and feelings about what makes you part of their group. If you've seen a Go Navy Beat Army bumper sticker on a car, or heard Marines say, "Oorah," you've gotten a glimpse into how defining these identities can be. But service identities are more than just football or Marine grunting. They define how each of the armed services want to fight in a war, what missions they prefer, what role they want to play in national security, and ultimately what weapons they want to buy. When a weapon fits a service's identity, it's more likely to have advocates within the service and to survive the vicious Pentagon budget wars. When a weapon doesn't fit into a service identity, or worse, seems to threaten a core identity, it needs an outside advocate. Civilians in the Secretary of Defense's office, members of Congress, or a president. Ideally, all three of these actors, in order to keep it alive. Thomas Macon, a professor at Johns Hopkins, has written extensively about military innovation, and he explains a bit about how these identities and organizational politics shape the larger Department of Defense.
Fundamentally, organizations are meant not to innovate. It's there in the name, organization, right? Organizations are there to organize, to provide regular delivery of capability. Organizations are not designed to innovate. So we shouldn't expect organizations to all of a sudden do something that's alien to their nature and innovate.
What are the organizations in the Department of Defense? I think sometimes people don't understand that, like, there's the DoD, and they think about the Pentagon. Really, there's a lot of sub-organizations inside there.
The services have the responsibility to organize, train, and equip. And they also, as part of that, equip, they procure, they develop doctrine, and then those service doctrines, those service capabilities are combined by combatant commanders into other kind of capability packages. And then even, I would say, for some of the services, it's about communities within the service. You have different tribes, different organizations within particular services that have really loud voices. So for the Army, it's not just the Army, but it's the various combat branches of the Army. Infantry, artillery, armor, cavalry, aviation. For the Navy, it's not just about the Navy. It's about surface warfare, subsurface, aviation. For the Air Force, it's about the fighter community, the bomber community. For the first part of the Air Force's existence, from 1947 to 1974, every Air Force Chief of Staff was a bomber pilot. Since then, with one, now I think two exceptions, every Air Force Chief of Staff has been a fighter pilot. I think that tells you all you need to know about the shift in the balance of power within one particular service.
To be completely transparent, I have lived and breathed the Air Force identity. Not only did I serve in the Air Force, but my great-grandfather was in the Army Air Force. Both my grandparents served in the Air Force. My uncle, husband, and cousins are all Air Force pilots. My dad used to sing me the Air Force song as a lullaby, which I, in turn, sang to my children at night. So it shouldn't be a surprise to you that I know the Air Force identity well. For the Air Force, this is a service built around the airplane and the love of flight, where technology is core to identity. As military strategist Cara Builder described the Air Force in his Cold War-era book, The Masks of War, the bond is not an institution, but the love of flying machines and flight. Technology and air power may be the Air Force's core identity, but concern for service autonomy and survival is the Air Force's core insecurity. That desire for survival means that the Air Force is willing to sacrifice some of its identity to take control of capabilities and missions that ensure the service's survival. But it also means that the Air Force is uniquely poised to mold and evolve technology for wars of strategic air power. In contrast to the Air Force is the Army.
First to fight for the right and to build the nation's might, and the Army goes rolling along.
The Army's identity is defined by pride in its people and its long tradition of service, which means it's less interested in fancy new technologies, but instead on manpower and that relationship with the American citizenry. It is probably the service most willing to adopt joint campaigns and joint technologies, though generally they would prefer to invest in technologies to support their belief that wars are intrinsically won by boots on the ground. The Navy, also one of the two oldest services, derives its identity from tradition and a deep belief in its own institutions, the most important of which is independent command at sea. The Navy is described by our old friend Carl Bilder in The Masks of War as a unique, godlike responsibility, unlike that afforded to commanding officers in the other services. The Navy has its own air power, sea power, when they're claiming the Marines, their own ground power. This makes them the least joint of the services. But it also means that the competition between they explain more about what weapons they buy than competition between the Navy and the Army, or the Navy and the Air Force. And that leaves the Marines. The Marines have one of the strongest and most cohesive identities within the armed services. The Marines are, by law, a naval service. However, the services worked hard to create a separate and distinct identity from their naval brethren. They quickly adopt and change their doctrine based on advances in warfighting, more concerned with showing their utility and relevance over time than their identity within one core warfighting competency. This makes them extremely flexible with technological adoption, not beholden to particular platforms or technologies for their core identity. As true identity entrepreneurs, the Marines have led a dedicated effort to promote their identity within Congress, in the public, and among other services. The Marines started this public affairs effort after World War II, when a restructuring of the Department of Defense threatened the service. They recruited journalists, movie stars, and producers, and lobbied Congress through a network of former Marines. You may remember part of this effort. In the 1949 film Sands of Iwo Jima, John Wayne plays a tough-as-nails Marine Sergeant John Stryker, who led his Marine unit into combat in the Pacific.
You joined the Marines because you wanted to fight. Well, you're going to get your chance. And I'm here to see that you know how. If I can't teach you one way, I'll teach you another. But I'm going to get the job done.
The Marines were so effective at this public relations strategy that President Truman is famously quoted as saying that the Marines have a propaganda machine almost the equal of Stalin's. So now we understand service identity. Let's return to the timeline. It's 1947. The new Air Force has just stood up, led by Hap Arnold, the general we introduced you to at the beginning of this episode. It creates a strategic air command, which by 1948 is led by a cigar-smoking, unfiltered, strategic bomb-loving Curtis LeMay. LeMay is a consummate institution builder, an influencer by sheer force of nature. He believed deeply in strategic bombing and pilots, which makes the next thing the Air Force does somewhat unexpected. And this is that the Air Force becomes the first service to wholly adopt missiles. Why and how? Well, coming out of World War II, there were 47 different guided missile programs in some stage of development. With post-war budgets, that needed to be whittled down. Who was going to win in the battle for missiles? The new Air Force got a jump start over its rivals. Hap Arnold had pushed for the JB-2 missiles, which were an American version of the German V-1, eager to stake out another role for the Army Air Forces. A few years later, as political efforts to create the Air Force were coming to a head, Major General Curtis LeMay effectively peed on what he saw as Air Force missile territory, asserting the long-range future of the Army Air Force lies in the field of guided missiles. In its quest to wrestle control of missiles away from both the Army and the Navy, the Air Force began a campaign describing missiles as pilotless or robot aircraft, making a clear distinction from the unguided artillery of the Army. This also led to a brief moment in 1946, where the Army Air Force made a play for anti-aircraft missiles, or surface-to-air missiles, by calling them supersonic pilotless aircrafts. This was a precarious balancing act for the Air Force, keeping the Army and Navy from co-opting missile missions while making sure the munitions wouldn't threaten the Air Force's core bomber constituencies. The tension between co-opting missiles and justifying manned bombers was obvious from the very beginning. In its fight to take over missile missions, the Air Force needed to decide whether it wanted to prioritize the cruise missile or the ballistic missile. Cruise missiles, which fly within the atmosphere and are often jet engine powered, more closely resembled manned aircraft. This made cruise missiles a logical first step in a technological progression. As one airman recounted of the time period, to people who had grown up with manned bombers before and during World War II, a cruise missile was a less painful and certainly a less abrupt departure from what they were familiar with than would be a totally alien ballistic missile. Those who favored the evolutionary approach to the creation of a new generation of weapons, predominantly missiles, were people to whom aircraft had a meaning as a way of life, a symbol, a preferred means of performing a military assignment. Accordingly, in the first decade or so after World War II, the Air Force put its short-term eggs in the cruise missile basket. Not too successfully, by the way. One of the Air Force cruise missile programs, the Snark, had so many failures that they called the testing area around the launches Snark-infested waters. That changed, however, not long after the debut of the Air Force. The dominant organization within the Air Force, Strategic Air Command, worried that cruise missiles, which looked similar to manned aircraft, threatened Air Force long-range manned bomber aspirations. So the Air Force changed their focus and opted instead to invest in the fundamentally different ballistic missiles, but with caveats. The Air Force needed to win control of missiles from the other services, but not at the expense of manned bombers.
Good evening. I hope you'll excuse all this, but I've been taking some time off from my job to look into something important to all of us that seems to be pretty well confused. What I mean is missiles, high-performance airplanes. Why do we have so many? Why do we need both?
That was Jimmy Stewart, from a 1957 public affairs promotion created by the Air Force. And it demonstrates the tightrope the Air Force had to walk by arguing for missiles as strategic air power, but at the same time asserting that the new ballistic missile guidance systems were too crude to provide the accuracy to completely replace the manned bomber. This was a bit of a chicken and egg argument, as Air Force leadership worried that missiles would threaten their manned bomber force, invested little in missile guidance systems until the advent of the hydrogen bomb made ballistic missiles far more strategically useful. As late as 1953, the vice commander of the Strategic Air Command wrote that regardless of the missile program, it is the opinion of this headquarters that the continued advance in the art of manned flight to high altitudes and long ranges should be at all times a priority objective. It took civilian intervention, first from President Eisenhower's famous Solarium Commission, and then from senior civilians in Air Force research and development to create a new protected entity within the Air Force, focused solely on developing ballistic missiles and led by a former German citizen, Bernard Schriever. But none of this would have happened if it wasn't for the Soviet Union and the Sputnik moment. So let's leave this here for now, and we'll come back to it after we visit the Navy and the Army for a bit. Initially, the Navy's ballistic missile development was a joint endeavor with the Army. However, an early test of liquid propellant intermediate-range ballistic missiles on a mock aircraft carrier led to a catastrophic damage to the carrier and soured the Navy on joint ballistic missile development. It also forced them to focus their attention to the alternative, cruise missiles. For the Navy, early investment in cruise missiles represented not so much an embrace of the technology as a deep distrust of the alternative. This led to the Regulus, the Navy's ship and submarine-launched cruise missile, which was deployed from 1955 to 1964. But ballistic missiles weren't dead in the water. Remember earlier when we talked about identity? I mentioned that the Navy is driven much more by competition within its service than competition with the other armed services. In the post-World War II U.S. Navy, the aircraft carrier reigned supreme. That was a bit of a problem for Navy missiles, because the cruise missile was too big to be carried by the existing inventory of carrier aircraft, which meant that cruise missiles were assigned primarily to submarines, tasked with nuclear deterrence patrols. But the submarine community was changing its focus, and in no small part because the Navy now had its own unmanned influencer, submariner Hyman Rickover, a dogged advocate for the nuclear-powered submarine who refused to take a no, going around his immediate leadership and straight to Nimitz. Along the way, his leadership style made a fair share of enemies within the Navy.
Isn't that what the military is about, working within a system?
My job was not to work within a system. My job was to get things done and make this country strong.
Rickover wanted a nuclear-powered submarine, but the platform needed a mission. and the new ballistic missiles with their promise of nuclear deterrence seemed like an appropriate fit for Rickover's vision of a nuclear Navy. The Navy was still smarting from the Jupiter missile, its liquid-propelled experiment. The answer was the solid propellant submarine-launched Polaris missile. Together, the Polaris ballistic missile and Rickover's nuclear-propelled submarines offered a potentially invulnerable nuclear strike option, solidifying Rickover's influence over the Cold War Navy and the future of ballistic missiles within the Navy. Rickover's success with the Polaris ballistic missile also lit a fire in the Air Force's missile program. Not for the last time, the Air Force responded to the Navy's unmanned innovation with an all-out influence campaign and a recharge of its own technological development. The Air Force responded with a new nuclear strategy to target the Soviet Union's nuclear arsenal and began to genuinely invest in ballistic missiles as a response to Navy success. Rickover's advocacy for ballistic missiles on nuclear-powered submarines was another reminder of how these distinct military service identities affected the type of weapons leaders pushed for. For Rickover, ballistic missiles were a means toward an end for his vision of submarine warfare. Another leader in his place, a Navy pilot or a surface warfare officer, might have made totally different choices and changed the future of unmanned weapons at sea for decades. It's time to talk about space, because it's the Sputnik moment that ultimately cements the Air Force's role in ballistic missiles and creates a whole new domain for armed service infighting.
Today, a new moon is in the sky, a 23-inch metal sphere placed in orbit by a Russian rocket.
So before Sputnik, the U.S. had played around a bit in space with unmanned platforms. In the 1950s, the United States launched hundreds of intelligence balloons over the Soviet Union. Unfortunately, the balloons were easy to shoot down, and in the end, the United States only recaptured 40 of the 448 balloons launched. The photos the United States did garner were of little intelligence value. Because the balloons couldn't be controlled, most of the pictures ended up being of fields and forests. What's more, the balloons caused the diplomatic furor when the Soviets learned of the program. After a 1958 disastrous attempt at a high-altitude unmanned balloon reconnaissance program that ended up crashing in Poland, Eisenhower ended the program and doubled down on investments in the U-2, a manned high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft. The U.S. was hesitant about space. In the 1950s, the Navy had a Vanguard satellite program in development, but the program had been kept secret and given a tight budget, ostensibly so it wouldn't compete with investments in ballistic missiles and nuclear-powered submarines. The Air Force was also tentative, more focused on manned strategic air power. And it didn't help that the then Secretary of Defense, Charles Wilson, didn't believe in satellites and showed open ambivalence to the Soviet efforts. But like any good story of American innovation, that all changed on October 4th, 1957, when the Soviets launched the Sputnik satellite into space, and all of a sudden the U.S. realized it was in a race that it was losing. Aaron Bateman is an assistant professor of history at George Washington University, and his book, Weapons in Space, tells the story of American offensive weapons in space.
What ends up happening is afterwards the United States invests much greater resources in science and technology across the board, but one of the things that Eisenhower does is he establishes NASA as the face of the American space program. And so this happens for a variety of reasons, but I think it's really important to know about Eisenhower is Eisenhower did not really care that much about space exploration. But what he was concerned about is that there needed to be some kind of international political regime that viewed satellite reconnaissance, or at the very least overflight from space, as a legitimate activity. And he really worried about having the military as the public face of the American space program. And so what ends up happening between the establishment of NASA in 1958, the establishment of the National Reconnaissance Office in September of 1961, is that you really have the development of three American space programs. You have the civilian program primarily under NASA, you have the military program under the Department of Defense, and then you have the intelligence space program under the National Reconnaissance Office that lives very uncomfortably between the national intelligence community and the Department of Defense. Eisenhower was really concerned that if you have the military as the public face of the American space program, that it's going to give it a much more aggressive militaristic image. And one of the things that he did was he really restrained some of the more, I would say, outlandish aspirations of the military services for all kinds of offensive capabilities in space that also weren't really of great military utility at that time.
The Air Force may have lost space to the civilian NRO, but the Sputnik moment galvanized ballistic missile development in the Air Force. Congress and the President infused the Air Force's ballistic missile program with cash. The budget for the weapons went from $3 million in 1954 to $2.15 billion in 1958. Maybe more importantly, an enterprising Air Force General, Bernard Schriever, focused on process and production, leading to the Atlas missile program and its descendant, the Titan, which sprinted forward technologically as congressional and executive pushes ensured a solid budget allocation. Support no doubt spurred by the Soviet Sputnik moment. Here's General Schriever from a 1992 oral history, recounting how President Eisenhower protected him as he cut through Air Force bureaucracy and kept the ballistic missile program a top budget priority, even in an administration that was fiscally conservative.
General Eisenhower, President Eisenhower, he certainly didn't want to spend money on obsolete systems, which in the military sometimes hang on to for far too long. But he certainly understood technology and the importance of it and the importance of introducing it into the inventory of the military at the earliest possible date. And this was such new technology. And for the first time, it really threatened the United States of America. And, I mean, it was a real threat. We had never, our shores had never been threatened before in anywhere close to like that. So the funding, while he was bent on a balanced budget, we were given priority funding-wise. And I can say that we didn't get a blank check, but we certainly were funded adequately, and we did achieve our target dates, incidentally.
In just a few short years, Schriever pushed Atlas and Titan past their Army competitors and cemented the Air Force's control over both intercontinental ballistic missiles and the shorter-range, intermediate-range ballistic missiles. This was good news for the Air Force's overall budget, as fears that the Soviets were leading the United States in missile and space development ultimately drove Eisenhower's Scientific Advisory Committee to recommend an increase in IRBMs from 60 to 240 systems, and an increase in ICBMs from 80 to 600. So what's the Army doing during all this Air Force, Navy, missile jousting? The Army started off promisingly with the Redstone Arsenal, which featured the first missile used in an American nuclear test. Additionally, the Army's Jupiter intermediate-range ballistic missiles, the program the Navy abandoned, outperformed the Air Force competitor, the Thor. However, when the Air Force launched an effort to control ballistic missiles, including a remarkable public campaign in the New York Times maligning the Army's missile program, the Army eventually ceded most of these missions and capabilities to the Air Force. The Jupiter intermediate-range ballistic missiles were ultimately fielded by the Air Force and decommissioned shortly after. The one long-range nuclear-capable missile the Army retained control of, the Pershing, survived the Air Force onslaught only because they allowed the Air Force to axe the Mace cruise missile, which the Air Force hated even more than the Army-controlled Pershings. So the Army may not have been doing missiles, but it was fighting a war, and a nasty one at that. Just a few years after World War II, the Korean War broke out.
But there was worse to come. A highly trained and well-equipped North Korean army swarmed across the 38th parallel to attack unprepared South Korean defenders. Caught off guard, they were all but overwhelmed until the United Nations took its historic vote to intervene.
This often overlooked hot war in Asia changed the way the U.S. military thought about its capabilities. In particular, it created space for the military to experiment with unmanned systems. The Army developed anti-tank, anti-personnel, and bounding mines, which they used extensively during the Korean War, often deployed by aircraft. Mines were seen as a necessary and effective tool to combat large-wave offensives, such as those seen in the Chosin Reservoir, and led to the development of the Claymore mine, an above-ground command-detonated mine that continued to be used all the way into Vietnam. The Korean War also forced both the Air Force and the Navy to develop tactical systems to support the ground fight. After largely ignoring guided bombs after World War II, the need for more accurate combat air support during the Korean War led the Air Force to dust off a radio-controlled bomb designed at the tail end of World War II, the Raison VB-3, and subsequently modified the Tarzan, a 12,000-pound bomb, with Raison's radio guidance. The war also saved cruise missiles from the budget trash heap. Strategic Air Command had abandoned the cruise missile in favor of the ballistic missile, but the less powerful Tactical Air Command continued to invest in cruise missiles, developing and deploying the Matador and Mace nuclear cruise missiles to Europe and Asia, as well as smaller air-launched missiles and decoys. These early cruise missile systems were designed to target air defenses, as well as other conventional military targets that might have otherwise been difficult for manned fighters and bombers to reach. The Korean War cemented their utility and kept the systems a priority for Air Force investment, despite the relative power disparity between Strategic Air Command and Tactical Air Command. Finally, the Korean War also spurred investment in air and surface missiles. In particular, the Navy ship-based Terrier and the Sparrow air missile systems, as well as the Army Nike ground-based missile system, were put on the fast track for development because of the Korean War. The Korean War demonstrated the important role that wars play in weapons trajectory. Wars force the services to work outside their core identity, and in this case, to invest in tactical unmanned systems with joint missions. As we've seen in this episode, the U.S. had a lot of choices coming out of World War II. New technologies opened the door for remarkable innovation, but those technological choices were made just as much because of the organizational tumult of a new Department of Defense as they were a response to technology itself. We also saw how context mattered, a Sputnik moment, a growing nuclear shadow, and a war on the Korean Peninsula all shaped U.S. investment in unmanned systems. But everything was about to change, because it wouldn't be long before the conflict in Vietnam dominated the evening news and forced a reckoning in the U.S. military, one that would set the stage for the predators and reapers of the early 2000s. Join us in the next episode when we come back to the U.S. military in the midst of a Cold War, fighting an unpopular proxy war in Vietnam and reckoning with a new technology, the computer, and its potential offset implications for modern warfare.
I'm Julia.
And I'm Jackie.
This is the Hand Behind Unmanned podcast. If you liked it, buy the book. It's by Oxford University Press and available on Amazon.
Thanks for listening.
Episode 3, Air-Land Unmanned Battle, Vietnam to the Fall of the Wall.
There's no way to capture the suffering and grief of our own nation from the most divisive conflict since our own Civil War. We embarked on this Vietnam journey with good intentions, I think. But once upon the path, we found ourselves having been misguided. Many of us, myself included, in our private, personal opinions of the rightness of this course, came half-circle around. And perhaps that is our big lesson from Vietnam, the necessity for candor. We, the American people, the world's admired democracy, cannot ever again allow ourselves to be misinformed, manipulated, and misled into disastrous foreign adventures. The government must share with the people the making of policy, the big decisions.
Welcome to The Hand Behind Unmanned, a podcast about how America fights war without human beings, told from the perspective of the human beings making those choices. I'm Jackie Schneider.
And I'm Julia MacDonald. In this podcast, we take you inside weapons budget lines and behind classified program doors to understand not only what unmanned technology the US military bought, but why. For those of you who came for the technology, we hope you'll stay for the people, because this really is a story about remarkable humans, historical junctures, and our beliefs about the future of war and what that means for unmanned weapons we buy.
Along the way in our unmanned journey, we'll learn valuable lessons about how technology shapes the winners and losers in war, how humans and technology interact at a time when the march of technological progress seems inevitable, how public funds get invested when it comes to warfare, and above all, the human hands at the heart of unmanned technology.
In the last episode, we talked about military service identities and examined how the distinct cultures and interests of the Army, Air Force, and Navy affected the way each one thought about buying and using unmanned technology during the Cold War. In this episode, we're going to delve into the related roles of beliefs, a key factor in explaining how we got the unmanned force of today. Many individuals in the military services and other parts of the defense establishment brought specific beliefs about military technology to the table that often became more important than the details and characteristics of the technology itself. Today, I'm going to focus on one belief that emerged organically in the waning days of Vietnam and shaped a cadre of officers who went on to develop doctrine, plans, and campaigns for the Department of Defense over the following 30 years. This group of individuals brought to unmanned development a deep and ingrained belief that strategic success was tied not only to tactical success, but also to the military's ability to win wars without losing public approval. From this belief came a drive for unmanned technology to protect the U.S. Armed Forces and mitigate the effect of public casualty aversion. Whereas previously unmanned systems, mines, large warhead missiles and bombs, and even kamikaze drones had been designed to create advantages in wars of attrition, these new systems were focused on avoiding, opting into, or getting stuck in those very wars. This would be a remarkably sticky trajectory for unmanned use, in which remotely piloted, large airframes would end up dominating the battlefield. First, what is this casualty aversion belief and how does it relate to military technology? In very simple terms, this is the view that U.S. public support for war is sensitive to U.S. casualties, that as casualties go up, public support for war goes down. In democracies where public support matters to elected officials, politicians pay attention to levels of support and will go to great lengths to protect U.S. forces, including by supporting investment in military technologies that mitigate risk to U.S. lives and also to innocent civilians. In essence, it is the belief that all things being equal, the public wants to avoid its soldiers dying on the battlefield, and that political leaders pay attention and make choices based on that public sentiment. Casualty aversion, or the desire to protect U.S. forces from harm, wasn't new to Vietnam. Public opinion about casualties has influenced U.S. decision-makers since the advent of the American military and can certainly be seen during the World Wars. This is Peter Feaver, Professor of Political Science and Public Policy at Duke University and an expert in civil-military relations.
It turns out that some myths emerged over the decades about the public's attitudes towards casualties. One of the myths was that if it's a good war, then the public doesn't care about casualties. And if it's a bad war, then the American public really cares a lot about casualties. It's a good war, World War II, bad war, Korea and Vietnam. And so Vietnam, we couldn't fight because Americans cared too much about casualties. In World War II, we didn't care about casualties because it was the good war. Actually, when you dig into the historical record more closely, you realize the public did care about casualties in World War II. Senior leaders, Roosevelt on down, very concerned about U.S. casualties in World War II. And indeed, on the 80th anniversary this year of the dropping of the atomic bomb on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, that was all about minimizing U.S. casualties, a way to end the war at lower cost to the United States.
Despite this history, our story emphasizes the important role of Vietnam because of the impact that this experience in particular had on a group of very influential officers. A cadre who went on to staff the most powerful officers, from the Pentagon to the U.S. Army Training and Doctrine Command to the Air War College at Montgomery. What they thought and the lessons they took from Vietnam mattered because of the positions that they would go on to fill. Moreover, the beliefs that these officers took away from Vietnam fundamentally differed from a generation of officers before them. The generals that led Vietnam campaigns, leaders like Abrams and Westmoreland, had a very different belief about how America won wars. They saw U.S. victories in Europe, Japan, and to some extent Korea, and believed that the American way of winning wars was to demonstrate the will of the American people to create and to sustain enemy loss at a higher rate than friendly casualties. For these leaders, friendly loss was an intervening variable in the ultimate strategic success, but not the primary determinant. Technology's primary role was not to defend or protect the force, but instead to create mass amounts of firepower to increase the ratio of enemy to friendly loss. While Abrams and Westmoreland may have believed in the strategic advantage of attrition campaigns over time, the politicians defending their decision to commit American personnel lives in Vietnam were not as convinced that the United States could stomach the friendly losses required to win against the North Vietnamese. Though there was support for the war in its early stages as part of a policy of containment and to stem the tide of communism in Asia, this quickly changed as U.S. military and civilian deaths mounted. The televised nature of the war had a big impact on U.S. public opinion. It was the first time that the American public was able to viscerally experience the realities of combat while sitting in the comfort of their living rooms, with journalists embedded on the front lines reporting back daily to the American people.
American soldiers hiking their way through the sweaty jungles of South Vietnam, searching for an elusive enemy. The temperature is almost 100 degrees, and the jungle stifles even the tiniest breeze. The going is slow. There could be a North Vietnamese regiment hiding a few yards away, and no one would see it. Nobody talks, so you start thinking. Specialist 4 Dwayne Boer is thinking he's going to meet his fiancée in Honolulu in 2 weeks, and he will show her the silver star the general pinned on him yesterday. DeValle is the lone medic in the platoon. He's scared from the moment he gets out of the chopper to the moment it picks him up. Scared that someday he's going to get killed picking up a wounded buddy.
The day after Johnson announced he wouldn't run for re-election, he reflected on the impact of television on public opinion of the war and of his presidency. He said, "I thought of the many times each week when television brings the war into the American home," adding, "Historians must only guess at the effect that television would have had during earlier conflicts on the future of this nation. During the Korean War, for example, at that time when our forces were pushed back there to Busan, or World War II, the Battle of the Bulge, or when our men were slugging it out in Europe, or when most of our Air Force was shot down that day in June 1942 off Australia." American military officers were especially wary of how the television coverage of Vietnam affected the American public, and blamed the reporting for much of the loss of public support for the war. Westmoreland repeatedly blamed the media for slanted coverage and, ultimately, for contributing to the U.S. failure in Vietnam. Decades after the Vietnam War, Westmoreland continued to blame Walter Cronkite's pessimistic take on the Tet Offensive for crippling public support and influencing the Johnson administration to adopt less optimal strategies. Here is Walter Cronkite addressing the country in February 1968.
For it seems now more certain than ever that the bloody experience of Vietnam is to end in a stalemate. But it is increasingly clear to this reporter that the only rational way out then will be to negotiate, not as victors, but as an honorable people who lived up to their pledge to defend democracy and did the best they could.
As early as 1965, President Johnson was looking for technological alternatives to a casualty-heavy strategy and said to his Secretary of Defense, Bob McNamara, "I don't think there's any way, Bob, that through your small planes or helicopters you could spot these people and then radio back and let the planes come in and bomb the hell out of them?" The desire to mitigate risk to U.S. military personnel in Vietnam led to important developments in unmanned technologies on the battlefield. McNamara invested in a weapons program that included anti-infiltration barriers of mines, fencing, and barbed wire, all monitored by a series of unmanned sensors and manned patrols. The barrier had tactical successes, but it couldn't change strategic outcomes. Nevertheless, the experimentation led to one of the first machine integrations of information within a real-time display, a harbinger of later machine learning-enabled operating pictures. As the Vietnam War waged on and Nixon struggled with public opinion about the loss of American lives, his cabinet increasingly looked for technology to substitute for American lives and to minimize civilian casualties. Future Secretary of Defense Bill Perry led the development of an unmanned intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance collection outpost for the U.S. Army that eventually evolved into an unmanned aircraft guardrail program. The unmanned system, requested by the Army and the National Security Agency, was developed to solve a fundamental problem for their intelligence collection efforts. Manned listening posts were dangerous, and the Army was losing too many of their intelligence officers. An unmanned listening outpost could substitute equipment for personnel, an inherently less risky choice. This experimentation with unmanned systems in Vietnam was foundational for Perry and influenced his later support for unmanned technologies in the late 1990s. The domestic political situation created by Vietnam was exacerbated by the advent of Soviet surface-to-air missiles, which made American pilots vulnerable to shoot down and capture. This confluence of tactical and political issues opened an aperture for bottom-up experimentation and empowered the Air Force's Tactical Air Command to steer autonomous systems away from their previous strategic focus. Unmanned aircraft flown as decoys and jammers, early laser-guided and inertial navigation bombs, anti-radiation homing missiles, and infrared-guided air-to-air missiles all debuted in Vietnam as technological solutions to tactical problems. Jim Roche, who went on to become Secretary of the Air Force and ultimately armed the MQ-1 Predator, first interacted with unmanned systems in Vietnam with an experimental use of a remote relayed unmanned helicopter and sensor to conduct intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance along the Vietnam coast. This memory of the utility of unmanned systems stuck with Roche, as did his experiences as a combat search and rescue helicopter pilot. As he noted, I spent too much time in Vietnam picking up down pilots and crying at night because I couldn't pick up guys that I wanted to pick up. But the future Secretary of the Air Force's Vietnam experience was also showing him how unmanned technology might keep those pilots out of danger.
In Vietnam, I did search and rescue up off of Haiphong, and they had another destroyer, be near my destroyer too. It had guns, and I had modern destroyer, but it didn't have as many guns. So I had an old destroyer, which was a shotgun, literally a shotgun. And we were up close, so we saw our own things go to their thing, and the North Vietnamese did not have missile drones like we did. Ours were mainly for intelligence. So one of the questions we had was, where were the North Vietnamese keeping their PT boats? And that was our problem. And I'll tell you, a little boat that's flying around is like having a damn gnat around your face.
The young Navy officer Roche knew of a solution. Unmanned drones that could go places, small places, hidden places, and dangerous places, to find the gnat so the bigger Navy guns could go out and swat the PT boats.
The ship gets him that fast, the guns go over, and you'll have to shoot you on another ship. So we worried about them. Well, one day, the carrier could launch them, and they would come back out to sea, and then pop a parachute, fall in the water at a predetermined point where there were some small boats to pick them up, take them back to the carrier. They fired one, and it went over land in Haiphong, and it got lost. We lost it. I don't know what the hell happened to it. Anyway, and about an hour later, it popped up and it decided to come home. So here it comes home over the water. At first, we don't know it's still working, and it got to the right spot. It popped this little chute, came down. And it was a good size, hidden under the hospital. So what the North Vietnamese did was they had them hidden, and there was a hospital. We wouldn't buy them a hospital. So we had to wait for them to come out of there. And it got to the point where they just didn't bother us very much after that. So that was the use of an unmanned system. It was not remotely piloted. It was pre-programmed, and it had a flight, and it just, we don't know where it went, but went on its own. It found some things we never could have found on our own. We would never have thought to look inside under the hospital to see if we could find big PT boats. So that always led me to say, okay, we can do things with these things.
Vietnam provided an opportunity for early experimentation of precision-guided munitions. Tactical Air Command repurposed a radar bombing method called Sky Spot from Strategic Air Command to guide otherwise dumb bombs from B-52s in what was one of the early innovations in precision-guided munitions. The use of off-board and on-board radar sensors to guide bombs set the stage for more autonomous munitions with longer and smarter handoffs. The increasing effectiveness of the manned platforms that dropped the bombs meant that early guided munition innovations in Vietnam, including the Bullpup, Shrike, and Walleye bombs, were primarily naval. However, as the conflict progressed, the Air Force adapted Navy innovations and developed its own smart munitions, including the homing bomb system, electro-optical guided GBU-15, rocket-propelled Maverick, and paveway laser-guided bombs. Even the AIM-7 Sparrow air-to-air missile got a jump start during Vietnam. Tactical Air Command also convinced Strategic Air Command to reapportion the Lightning Bug, an unmanned reconnaissance system, from a strategic reconnaissance mission to a tactical support role. The Lightning Bug and later Buffalo Hunter drones flew over 4,000 sorties in Vietnam, serving as bait for manned missions, taking photos of Vietnamese surface-to-air missiles and prison camps, conducting poor weather battle damage assessments, and dropping propaganda leaflets. The drones were useful complements to manned bombing runs, because they were small and flew at low altitudes and high speeds and were hard to detect. Further, the systems were supported by electronic countermeasures and remotely controlled, allowing pilots to maneuver and evade threats. It wasn't full autonomy, but it was a model for remote-controlled, unmanned piloting that adapted well to the tactical airfight. All these systems paved the way for the precision-guided munition revolution that was looming on the horizon. By 1972, with public polls increasingly suggesting the American public was more likely to support bombing over ground campaigns, technology became a key component of Nixon's casualty-sensitive strategy. B-52s equipped with the first high-precision bombs were now able to execute bombing runs from increasingly safe high altitudes. But it wasn't enough. In the end, those technological advancements that mitigated risk to friendlies and took the American GI further from the battlefield were not sufficient to either shore up American public support or to win the war. Here is former Secretary of State John Kerry addressing Congress in 1971 on behalf of the Vietnam Veterans Against the War.
Each day, to facilitate the process by which the United States washes her hands of Vietnam, someone has to give up his life, so that the United States doesn't have to admit something that the entire world already knows, so that we can't say that we've made a mistake. Someone has to die so that President Nixon won't be, and these are his words, the first president to lose a war. And we are asking Americans to think about that. Because how do you ask a man to be the last man to die in Vietnam? How do you ask a man to be the last man to die for a mistake? We are here to ask, and we're here to ask vehemently, where are the leaders of our country? Where is the leadership?
As Krapenovich concludes, U.S. withdrawal from the ground war against the insurgents could have been sped up by accepting higher casualty rates, but this would have had to been weighed against the accelerated erosion in U.S. popular support for the war effort. The experience of Vietnam and its outcome laid the groundwork for a new theory of victory among the young officers of its time. They pointed to the pivotal role that televised images of body bags and body counts played in decimating public support for the war, and linked this effect to the United States withdrawal. From this belief came a drive for unmanned technology to protect the U.S. armed forces and mitigate the effect of public casualty aversion. Ultimately, the lesson these officers took from Vietnam was that public sensitivity to loss leads American policymakers to choose technologies and operations that may insulate them from the political ramifications of body bags on the nightly news, but potentially at the cost of strategic success. These young officers, coming of age at the advent of the microprocessor and major computer advances, couldn't influence politicians, but they saw in technology an opportunity to substitute for human risk, potentially without sacrificing battlefield effectiveness. Their conclusion? Lives were expensive. Technology could make up for that strategic cost. In the years following Vietnam, this created one of the strongest trajectories for unmanned systems as substitutions for manned platforms that increased the physical distance between the human and the battlefield, while still maintaining control and precision. This wasn't about using unmanned systems to create quicker engagements or to condense the sensor-shooter timeline, but instead to provide humans on the battlefield with resources for force protection. This sometimes led to unmanned systems with significant logistical tails, limited automation, and high overall cost. However, these were acceptable trade-offs for systems that could potentially limit the scope of violence and conflict. And these beliefs are reflected in the doctrines and weapons acquisitions programs of the 1970s and 80s that would create a trajectory for weapons designed for quick, overwhelming, and low-casualty wars. Following the Vietnam War, U.S. defense expenditures declined. Warsaw Pact forces outnumbered NATO forces by 3-1 in Europe, and the Department of Defense didn't have the funds to increase forces sufficiently to match. Secretary of Defense Harold Brown therefore sought technological means to offset the numerical advantages held by U.S. adversaries and restore deterrent stability in Europe. Secretary Brown's offset strategy built on the developments of Vietnam and emphasized new intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance platforms, improvements in precision-guided weapons, stealth technology, and space-based military communications and navigation, all with the goal of insulating the public from U.S. casualties to enable strategic success. In the mid-1970s, at an Army installation in the suburbs of Virginia, General William Depew, the first commander of the Army's Training and Doctrine Command, led the Army's first major doctrine rewrite since Vietnam. Depew isn't an unmanned influencer like Shriver or Rickover, but he plays a large role in how the Army begins to shape beliefs about technology and the American way of war post-Vietnam.
Depew had this massive, quick rise in the Army, but he was always a very conceptual thinker.
That's Professor and Army Officer Ben Jensen that we first met in Episode 1. He wrote a book on the evolution of Army doctrine.
He later was a division commander in Vietnam. He actually even was attached to the CIA to kind of quietly advise groups we were trying to get to overthrow the Chinese Communist Party in the 1950s. And really where he comes into the act here is he basically writes a memo, has a 3-star, to invent this thing called Training and Doctrine Command. Like, he basically does the ultimate staff officer ninjutsu. He writes a paper about the position he wants, he staffs it, and gets the position created. And the idea was, and again, he'd been a division commander in Vietnam, and he was always obsessed with tactical level details. He believed that if you trained 100 soldiers the right way, they could kick the crap out of any 500. So he believed that combat power and lethality emerged as a function of training and education, not just in terms of how many push-ups or pull-ups you can do or how slick you look with your hair back. And he was very adamant about this. And so I say that because Act 1 is this staff officer creating an entirely new 4-star command and using it as a forcing function to kind of pull the Army out of Vietnam, to pull the Army away from Vietnam in terms of a lot of the lapses of professionalism. People were really good warriors, but we forget that there were race riots, tensions, drug addiction, all sorts of complex kind of military and society issues in Vietnam that he had to grapple with. And 2, you have also this emergence of the professional force. So you're at this critical kind of social and political junction, and at the same time, you have all of this wild kind of pent-up demand way before. This is decade before really the kind of Reagan defense bump where the Army was broke, right? There wasn't necessarily going to be the Marshall defense dollar was going to nuclear weapons and the Air Force wasn't coming to the Army. So in some ways, whether it's because of his personal experience or bureaucratic necessity, he has this idea of developing a new doctrine and changing how the Army trains for war. And it's called active defense.
Depew and his staff drew heavily from lessons learned in the Arab-Israeli wars. He watched the advent of long-range precision strike and anti-tank missiles and observed that what can be seen can be hit, and what can be hit can be killed. His team concluded that technology would create a large-scale advantage for those states able to harness the new technologies, but that the technologies would heavily advantage defense by imposing lethal cost on attackers. Active defense, as the doctrine was known, recognized the increasing importance of technology to warfare, but saw its main impact in creating firepower and lethality. This was not what the young officers from Vietnam wanted to hear. They were convinced that the only way to ensure public support was to design a doctrine that enabled short and overwhelming conflicts that mitigated loss of American lives. They saw technology not primarily as a means to create firepower and lethality, but instead as a way to enable high-maneuver, offensively dominated campaigns. Met with widespread unpopularity, the active defense doctrine lasted only one assignment cycle. Now enter air-land battle, a new doctrine that took the beliefs from Vietnam and applied new technology to create campaigns that decreased casualties by striking first and winning quickly. Perhaps most important for our story, air-land battle was the first real call for unmanned aerial vehicles within a surface-wide strategy, and crucially, it was accompanied by the largest acquisition program to occur before the end of the Cold War. Air-Land Battle's acquisition initiative called for remotely piloted vehicles, tactical satellites, long-range artillery fires, medium-range ballistic missiles, and cruise missiles and mines, all linked together by network and sensor capabilities. The doctrine embraced and capitalized on technological advances since Vietnam, especially in microprocessing and the precision capabilities that enabled. Whereas 1950s inertial guidance had an accuracy of 0.03 degrees per hour, by 1970, this inaccuracy was down to 0.005 degrees. Further, whereas previously inertial systems' large size, 300 pounds, had necessitated larger cruise missiles, post-microprocessor inertial navigation systems were only 29 pounds. These smaller, more maneuverable munitions, in conjunction with new computer-enhanced terrain mapping capabilities, meant that the cruise missile of the 1970s was more survivable against Soviet surface-to-air missiles than many manned aircraft. The cruise missile also skirted around the constraints of the Strategic Arms Limitations Agreements that capped the quantity of ballistic missiles. Then Deputy Director of Defense for Research and Engineering William Perry argued that precision strike advances offered the greatest single potential for force multiplication to meet the Soviet threat in Europe because they had the potential for revolutionizing warfare and would greatly advance our ability to deter war without having to compete tank for tank, missile for missile. In short, Air-Land Battle provided the doctrinal transition between the experimentation with unmanned systems in Vietnam and a theory of warfare in the late 1980s and early 1990s. It also came in the midst of a major reshuffling within the Department of Defense. In 1986, Congress passed the Goldwater-Nichols Act, which, among other things, created a more powerful chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and incentives for the always bickering services to work together to acquire and equip the armed forces. The reform induced the Army and the Air Force to work together on Air-Land Battle, though the partnership was in some ways more of a frenemy situationship than a pure collaboration. Ben Jensen again.
One school of thought is that basically the Army had a bigger crush on the Air Force than the Air Force had on the Army. So really, the Army kind of thought they were dating the Air Force, but the Air Force was just over them. And I think what you have there is, I don't think it's all reduced to budget politics and bureaucratic maneuvering, but if you look at it from that line, it's in the Air Force's TAC Air Force fighter mafia interest to show a little love to the Army as they're maneuvering versus the kind of bomber mafia. And so I think you could make an argument and go look about how this helps the Air Force then justify certain budget capture, certain type of tails. So it's still part of the Air Force in terms of at least the fighter side, not at all the bomber side, though, in strategic attack. And I think you could probably draw that out to find out why the Army is actually behind on unmanned systems and aerial unmanned systems in that respect compared to, for example, the Marine Corps.
And it wasn't just the Army that was interested in unmanned systems. The Navy jumped onto unmanned systems after suffering losses in Lebanon. After Vietnam, the U.S. had remained engaged in conflicts in the Middle East, including a small contingent of Marines on the ground and Navy vessels as part of a multinational peacekeeping coalition in Lebanon. In October 1983, 241 Marines were killed by suicide bomber attacks on the Marine barracks in Beirut. Just a few months later, during a routine air patrol, Syrians shot down 3 Navy aircraft, killing 2 pilots and capturing 1. Decision-makers were desperate for an unmanned alternative. After the loss of the pilots, the Navy and Marines recommended that the Navy acquire the Israeli UAV system, and the U.S. purchased the Pioneer UAV shortly after that. But while the Israelis had used the unmanned aerial vehicles for early warning and detection within manned suppression of enemy air defense packages, then Secretary of Defense Weinberger and the Navy bought the systems chiefly as a replacement for otherwise risky manned reconnaissance missions. These unmanned systems would not be used in the integrated sensor-shooter tactics envisaged by the Israelis, but instead to increase persistent surveillance as a force protection measure for ground and naval troops. They were meant explicitly to decrease the chance of losing a human pilot. In 1984, shortly after the devastating loss of the Marines in Lebanon, Weinberger unveiled a new doctrine. The Weinberger Doctrine detailed 6 criteria for the use of the American military, including that, first, the conflict involved vital national interests of the United States. Second, that troops be committed wholeheartedly and with the clear intention of winning. Third, that there were clearly defined political and military objectives, which then led to 4, adjustments to the size and composition of forces to make sure that the military could accomplish those objectives, and that 5, U.S. troops should not be committed to battle without a reasonable assurance of the support of U.S. public and Congress. Together, all these criteria would lead to number 6, the use of U.S. troops only as a last resort. The Weinberger Doctrine codified the beliefs created by Vietnam into a military directive. The need to maintain public support to ensure strategic success was now an official tenet of the U.S. military. The beliefs that had emerged from the failure in Vietnam would further cascade in the mid-1980s as the young officers of Vietnam stepped into senior leadership roles within the DoD. This new guard of officers were led by a young new chief of staff of the Army, Carl Vuerno, and were determined not to repeat the mistakes of their predecessors, which they saw chiefly as a deficit in the political and public support they needed to win conflict. This view was also espoused from a man who became uniquely powerful in the U.S. military establishment. In 1989, General Colin Powell became the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, an auspicious time to influence the U.S. military given the imminent collapse of the Soviet Union and the recent change in the nature and influence of this position. In a unique way in American history, Powell's beliefs mattered. And for Powell, the belief in American public casualty aversion was strong. As he explained in his memoir, war should be the politics of last resort, and when we go to war, we should have a purpose that our people understand and support. We should mobilize the country's resources to fulfill that mission and then go in to win. In Vietnam, we had entered into a half-hearted half-war, with much of the nation opposed or indifferent, while a small fraction carried the burden. So that brings us to the end of this episode. We've covered a lot of ground from the early years of Vietnam through the 1970s and 80s up to the end of the Cold War. What we've seen is how a belief that emerges from first-hand experience on the battlefields of Vietnam, ultimately about the relationship between the U.S. public and the wars that it sanctions, shapes the thinking, doctrine, and investments in unmanned technologies over subsequent decades. This belief guides investments in unmanned technologies that insulate military forces from risk by substituting unmanned for manned platforms that can be used by an operator and remotely. This isn't about speeding up decisions on the battlefield or reducing the temporal distance between sensor and shooter. It's about creating a physical distance and providing persistence and loiter capabilities so that decisions that decrease the chance of unnecessary loss of life, both friendly and civilian, are optimized. On preventing civilian casualties as well as providing force protection, Peter Fever adds,
policymakers over the last 80 years have become more and more attuned to this and the need to reduce civilian casualties as well. And again, the contrast with the battles that were fought 80 years ago in 1945, the firebombing of Tokyo, the bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, huge numbers of civilian casualties that were inflicted so as to save U.S. combat casualties. That trade-off, policymakers today, or up until the Trump administration at least, American policymakers said, we're not going to do that anymore. So we are going to reduce our own combat casualties and we're going to reduce their civilian casualties. And that's required much greater precision in fires and in targeting and, of course, in force protection, our own force protection.
In sum, unmanned technologies provide a technological solution to the constraints decision-makers believe are imposed by the American public's casualty aversion. In the next episode, we're going to look at another important belief that has shaped debates around unmanned technology, the belief that just around the corner, there was a military revolution on the way. I'm Julia.
And I'm Jackie.
This is the Hand Behind Unmanned podcast. If you liked it, buy the book. It's by Oxford University Press and available on Amazon.
Thanks for listening.
Episode 4, American Primacy and the Information Revolution, setting the scene for the Predator.
The operation underway tonight, taking place in the pre-dawn darkness of the Persian Gulf, involves allied air forces of 4 nations: the United States, the United Kingdom, Saudi Arabia, and Kuwait. As they undertake their missions, they do so after months of careful planning. At the direction of the President, great care has been taken to focus on military targets, to minimize U.S. casualties, and to do everything possible to avoid injury to civilians in Iraq and Kuwait.
Welcome to The Hand Behind Unmanned, a podcast about how America fights war without human beings, told from the perspective of the human beings making those choices. I'm Jackie Schneider.
And I'm Julia McDonald. In this podcast, we take you inside weapons budget lines and behind classified program doors to understand not only what unmanned technology the U.S. military bought, but why. For those of you who came for the technology, we hope you'll stay for the people, because this really is a story about remarkable humans, historical junctures, and our beliefs about the future of war and what that means for unmanned weapons we buy.
Along the way in our unmanned journey, we'll learn valuable lessons about how technology shapes the winners and losers in war, how humans and technology interact at a time when the march of technological progress seems inevitable, how public funds get invested when it comes to warfare, and above all, the human hands at the heart of unmanned technology. Last episode, we were in Vietnam, exploring how the battlefield experiences of a generation of officers, the creation of a new all-volunteer force, and the advent of the microprocessor spurred tactical unmanned innovation. Along with this innovation came a powerful belief in technology's ability to substitute for human loss. It was a response to what these battle-hardened officers saw as the CNN effect, the way in which a casualty-averse public responded to the war they saw broadcasted into their living rooms. And for the first time, maybe ever, the chimera of unmanned technology that made war less violent, less dangerous, more remote, seemed less like myth and more like a reality just in our grasp. It was up to a small office in the bowels of the Pentagon, with no budget authority, no war campaigns, no normal way of changing the arsenal, to bring an information age America into this new unmanned reality. The Reagan administration injected a mass infusion of funding into the last American military of the Cold War. It galvanized the technologies of air-land battle. And then the wall fell.
I'm Peter Jennings in New York. Just a short while ago, astonishing news from East Germany, where the East German authorities have said, in essence, that the Berlin Wall doesn't mean anything anymore. The wall that the East Germans put up in 1961 to keep its people in will now be breached by anybody who wants to leave.
Suddenly, perhaps surprisingly, the U.S. was the global superpower. And all those technologies that the U.S. had built in a world of nuclear competition with the Soviet Union were going to make their debut not in the Fulda Gap, but instead in an Arabian desert. But before we make our way to the Middle East, we need to come back to Northern Virginia before the fall of the Iron Curtain. We need to trace the inner corridors of the Pentagon and stop at an unremarkable door that opens to an office full of unremarkable cubicles and unremarkable furniture that is led by one remarkable person who will introduce the information age U.S. military to a powerful idea about the role of unmanned technology in modern warfare. So what's the idea? Well, simply, it's the belief that sometimes a technology comes around that's so important that it creates a fundamental, even revolutionary shift in military power. Those countries that are able to harness those technologies in society and in their militaries leapfrog technological laggards, creating what we might call a military revolution or a revolution in military affairs, as Dr. Thomas Mencken, scholar and strategist, explains.
briefly, the idea of a military revolution is that in some periods of history, new developments of technology, organization, doctrine combine to fundamentally change the character of war. You could think about that in terms of the relationship between firepower and maneuver, offense, defense, space and time.
Now, this might be where the contemporary listener thinks, wait, I've heard this. You have.
We believe, in particular, Dr. Kissinger believed, that the AI revolution is of the scale of the Reformation.
But AI is not the first technology to be credited as revolutionary. And contrary to what Eric Schmidt might have said there, historians have identified a series of technological revolutions over the last half a century. From the development of the longbow to the gun, steam, telegraph, railroad, and mechanization. Dr. Andrew Krapinovich, professor and one of the early authors of the military revolution concept, identified a series of these events.
If you look at the, say, the era that begins with the Industrial Revolution around the beginning of the 19th century, there have been several since then. So in the mid-19th century, there's the so-called railroad rifle telegraph revolution, where the electromagnetic spectrum comes into play with the telegraph system. And that enables us to coordinate the movement of troops much more effectively than we have before. And that combined with the advent of railroads and rifling, which increases weapon accuracy, really improves the capability of military forces. And around that time, you also have advances in propulsion. You know, the steam engines enable railroads. They also shift dramatically the way that naval ships operate. And so during that period of time, we go from wooden ships to metal ships and from wind propulsion to steam propulsion. And that changes warfare at sea dramatically. Wooden ships really don't stand a chance against these new ironclad ships. Turn of the 20th century, war begins to go undersea with submarines, and it begins to go into the air with aircraft. And of course, they become formidable new weapons of war, and again, enormous boost in military capability over time. There's the so-called mechanization, aviation, radio revolution. That leads to things like blitzkrieg and the fast carrier task forces that are new kinds of military systems in World War II. And again, enormous boost in effectiveness. Nobody really needs to define the nuclear revolution that occurs at the end of the war. That's sort of stands on its own. So you have these periods where there are these disruptive shifts. And the key is, it's been talked about in the business literature, the difference between innovation and disruptive innovation. And so in a military sense, innovation would be something akin to using radar to enable ships to shoot more accurately. So you're operating within an existing military regime. You're getting better at what you're already doing. And disruptive innovation is essentially doing something very different from what you have been doing in order to realize a large boost in effectiveness.
The corollary, of course, is that those who fail to adapt quickly enough to a military revolution will decrease in power, ultimately descending into historical oblivion. Indeed, the idea of a bumbling officer unable to see the impact of new technology on warfare is a constant theme in the military revolution literature. No one wanted to be Field Marshal Haig after World War I and the invention of the machine gun, the tank, and the airplane, still extolling the virtues of the horse for modern combat. Perhaps counterintuitively, what would become a strongly American view of war originated not within American philosophy, but instead with the Soviets, who first crafted the military technical revolution narrative. The Soviets were looking at these missile technologies and early computer sensors showing up in Israel and Arab states, and they saw something special, something that might just look like a new revolution in technology, a revolution they called a reconnaissance strike complex. Thomas Mencken again.
It really was in the context of nuclear weapons that the Soviets first advanced this notion of a revolution in military affairs, or a military technical revolution. So now, smash cut to the 1970s, late 1970s, where the U.S. military faces a challenge posed by the Soviet Union and the Warsaw Pact, and the challenge of defending NATO, defending Central Europe and Western Europe against an onslaught by the Warsaw Pact. The U.S. military started to innovate in response to this threat, and they developed air-land battle. They developed a whole generation of precision-guided munitions, deep sensing, new command and control capabilities. The Soviets looked at that, and they started to write about the advent of a new revolution in military affairs, which, again, wasn't the way we were thinking about it at the time, but it's the way the Soviets conceptualized it. And it was those Soviet writings that the Office of Net Assessment, among others, began to read and began to pay attention to.
Wait here, because we're back in that unremarkable office in the bowels of the Pentagon. It's the 1970s, and America is having a bit of a tough time after our retreat from Vietnam. An impeached president and an economy suffering from both inflation and high unemployment. Here's Andrew Krapinovich to explain.
In terms of basic strategy, the Americans needed to find a new source of advantage. They had lost the nuclear advantage. And at the time, in the middle 70s, when the Carter administration came into power, you had Secretary of Defense Harold Brown, who was very familiar with technology and so on. He had a technological background. And his director of research and engineering was another guy, Bill Perry, who would go on to become Secretary of Defense 20 years later. But Perry also had a very strong background in this area. And Brown and Perry also had a close relationship with Andy Marshall, who was running the Pentagon's Office of Net Assessment. And the question was, what new source of competitive advantage can we develop relative to the Soviets? And they settled on information technologies. The information revolution was just beginning. And so that was the offset strategy. That was the title that was given to it. And we were going to offset our loss in advantage in one area, the nuclear area, by developing advantages in this new area.
So now it's time to introduce the remarkable man running an unremarkable office that will create one of the most influential beliefs in the modern American military. Before Instagram and TikTok and Twitter, Andy Marshall was the original American military influencer. He built a network of up-and-coming experts, invested in historians and political scientists, bankrolled think tanks, and ran war games, all to propagate a set of beliefs so fundamental to the American understanding of war in the information age that it has now permeated the language of technology and history writ large. Who was Andy Marshall? Again, strategist and former Office of Net Assessment scholar, Thomas Mencken.
Andy Marshall was a very important American strategic thinker. And I say that because even before he came to Washington, D.C., before he eventually came to lead the Office of Net Assessment, he was a significant figure at the RAND Corporation. At RAND, he played a really important role in helping us understand how decision makers make decisions based on imperfect information, how bureaucratic politics influence decisions, a lot of things that we kind of take as just sort of, settled right now. He was one of the key people to help develop that. And then in the early 1970s, he came to Washington, D.C., first to work for Henry Kissinger on the National Security Council staff, and then to set up the Office of Net Assessment in the Pentagon. And he went on to have, I would say, a second full career as director of the Office of Net Assessment. He was originally appointed during the Nixon administration, and he eventually retired during the Obama administration. And to put that into context, when he retired, from the Office of Net Assessment, but then also considering his previous RAND career, he retired after 65 years of public service. Not at age 65, but after 65 years of public service, which I think is just an amazing accomplishment that will likely go unmatched.
Marshall's staff and budget were small. He had no authority to acquire technology, invest in research and development, or develop campaign plans or strategy. In Pentagon influence terms, he had almost none of the tools usually required to create a large shift in weapons trajectories. He was extraordinarily savvy. And in the early 80s, Marshall believed the Soviets were onto something. A hunch that seemed to be validated by the 1982 Israeli war in Lebanon and the resounding success of Israeli high-technology tactics in the Bekaa Valley, including the Israeli use of drones and precision-guided munitions. By the mid-1980s, Marshall began in earnest to focus his staff on fleshing out the Soviet beliefs. Meanwhile, Marshall started creating networks of influence for these beliefs. In 1986, Marshall organized a working group as part of a commission on long-term thinking led by Albert Wohlstetter, an early believer in military technological transformations and one of Marshall's early colleagues at RAND. The group included hand-picked, innovative, and strategic thinkers, many of them young voices within the Pentagon, to include Elliot Cohen, James Roche, Stephen Rosen, and others. This group and their burgeoning beliefs about a military technological revolution proved influential in the Commission's final report. Importantly for our story about unmanned technology, the report highlighted the role of unmanned vehicles, smart mines, and cruise missiles as replacements for more expensive manned aircraft. The seed of an idea was planted. But Marshall wasn't going to just stand back and hope it grew on its own. Here once again is Andrew Krapinovich.
In 1989, Marshall calls me in and says, the Russians are writing about this military technical revolution. He said, I want to know these things. Come back and take a year and come back and tell me, number one, do you think the Russians are right? Number two, if they are right, what do we do? What does this mean for us? How do we change the way we compete? Third, if we think they're wrong, how do we help them go down this wrong path? How do we get them to spend a lot of money on things we think aren't going to be effective? But fourth, if we think they're wrong, but they turn out to be right, what are the hedges? What are the things we need to put in place so that if history proves them right, we can very quickly offset their advantage?
Marshall and the Commission were hugely influential, and an example of how policy entrepreneurs can directly influence budget lines solely through belief propagation. However, despite Marshall's efforts, his early work to shepherd the idea of military revolutions could have been overshadowed by the collapse of the Soviet Union. The Cold War was over, and with it the impetus and budgets for a massive technological modernization. For all intents and purposes, the idea of military revolutions and its implications for unmanned systems should have been done. But this was an opportunity for Marshall. With the demise of the United States as principal adversary, Marshall recognized a vacuum of ideas and increased efforts to insert the military revolution as the primary strategic thought for a post-Cold War United States. And war, as always, could catalyze those ideas.
In the first day of fighting, in which more than 1,400 sorties have been flown, the U.S. says it has lost one pilot and one airplane, largely because missiles are being used to pave the way. This is what Iraq faces: devastatingly accurate cruise missiles launched from ships at targets too well defended to be attacked by warplanes.
The war in Iraq unveiled new technologies and a concept of operations dazzlingly effective against what was thought to be a formidable Iraqi force. A combination of massive air support of both manned platforms and smart munitions, early digital coordination, and intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance enabled a quick and decisive victory over one of the largest military forces in the world, all with only losing approximately 150 American forces. There were a lot of reasons why the U.S. won the war so decisively, but for many, the war was a validation of the ideas about technology and military revolutions. In an after-action report examining the somewhat unexpected success of the war, Dick Cheney, then Secretary of Defense, attributed much to the revolutionary narrative, declaring that the Gulf War demonstrated drastically the new possibilities of what has been called the military technological revolution in warfare, in which precision-guided munitions proved immensely effective. While merely a note in the Department of Defense's report to Congress on the conduct of war, even the Pioneer UAV was highlighted as valuable and appears to have validated the operational employment of UAVs in combat. The information revolution was coming together for the American military. Andrew Krapinovich once again.
And you have, at least in the American terminology, three components, sort of the scouting force, which we would call ISR, information, surveillance and reconnaissance. And then the battle network, the C4, command, control, communications, and computers. And then finally, the precision strike element, precision weapons and stealth aircraft. And the first time the world really saw this integration, even in sort of a primitive form, was in the first Gulf War. And everyone, I think, I was working at the Pentagon at the time, everyone was surprised at how remarkably effective this combination was.
If, after Vietnam, the U.S. military was worried about the CNN effect, the Gulf War and embedded reporters showcased the new generation of cruise missiles and precision-guided munitions, and how these technologies could enable the U.S. to fight wars of choice without risking human life. Perhaps unintentionally at first, these military revolution beliefs found an ally in the other dominant belief of the time, the belief we discussed in the previous episode, a belief in the need to prioritize force protection and shield a casualty-averse American public. And these beliefs found some allies within the armed services. Air Force ideological leaders like Colonel John Warden, who saw in the Gulf War an opportunity to shape a new theory of warfare that supported both the dominant beliefs of the day and the Air Force's core identity. As he explained in an interview we did in 2020, the American belief that technology can solve a lot of things really led over the course of time to American wars that were less bloody than those fought by folks who were not as technologically advanced. Technology has driven to shorter wars that are less casualty intensive. This was the promise that Andy Marshall was wading into after the Gulf War. Information age technology that could allow the U.S. to opt into the wars it wanted, and with very little risk to American service members. Defense intellectuals flocked to the idea, and Marshall's investments in historians like Williamson Murray, McGregor Knox, strategists at think tanks like the Center for Strategic and Budgetary Analysis, and war games run by young officers like Michael Vickers solidified the power of military revolutions for a post-Cold War American military. The idea proliferated even outside the inner circle of the Office of Net Assessment, to civilians in charge of offices with real budgets and real authority to invest in the technologies, including missiles and satellites and drones, all technologies that were a part of the ideas first articulated by Marshall's office in the 1980s. For example, Frank Kendall, who was leading defense programs with real budgets in research and engineering, and who had become the future undersecretary in charge of all acquisition technology and logistics, and most recently, the Secretary of the Air Force, began to turn the ideas from an unremarkable office in the Pentagon into very real Pentagon weapon programs.
I was a Cold Warrior for 20 years, right? In the Pentagon, I was responsible for a lot of those programs that we demonstrated in the first Gulf War. And I wrote one of the earlier articles on what I call the revolution in military technology. And then RMA became the more popular way to talk about that. Initially, it was very much reconnaissance and surveillance, right? I got deeply involved, I guess, starting when I was director of tactical warfare programs back in the late 80s and early 90s. And we were kind of a lonely group of people in the Pentagon who believed that these systems had a lot of potential. We'd call ourselves the Four Horsemen. It's myself, Bud Forrester from the Army, Bill Bose from the Navy, and Dick Rump from the Navy. We were working in parallel with what we were doing to try to get some things fielded. The industry was trying to move forward because some people in the industry saw the potential as well.
Coming out of the Gulf War, the armed services also began to buy into the idea of military revolutions. Though each interpreted the belief in ways that fit their core identity, with implications for the unmanned arsenal. Here's military innovation scholar Ben Jensen on Gordon Sullivan, Chief of Staff of the Army in the Clinton years, and a former Vietnam veteran.
I think what the most interesting evolution in the Army actually goes back to the 90s and Gordon Sullivan, and think he's the biggest thinker in the Army that not enough people pay attention to. Gordon Sullivan kind of sees the future before you work with artillery fires, but Sullivan imagines this almost as what we see now of these smaller form computers and sensors that are on everything. And what would that mean for how you see yourself, you see the battlefield, and what often in some of the writing of that time called battle space geometry. And Sullivan really pushed hard to both change the Army institutionally to do that, and then to do all these experiments with Force 21, which later became the Army After Next, which really sets the stage for then the later early 2000s future combat system.
For the Navy, the Gulf War demonstrated the effectiveness of the Tomahawk cruise missile, a precision-guided munition fired from surface ships and submarines that they had first begun to develop in the 1970s. The Tomahawk, with its long ranges and new cutting-edge seeker head, brought the Navy into battles and campaigns far from where the Navy ships were patrolling in international waters. And for the Air Force, the Gulf War demonstrated how precision-guided munitions like GPS-guided bombs and cruise missiles, as well as networks of sensors, could enable manned platforms to execute core ideas about strategic air power, first advocated by people like John Warden or Dave Deptula. With major advancements in radars, avionics suites, and stealth, the pilot was moved further away from the battlefield, but not necessarily further away from the platform. As a side note, I think it's important to point out that while the Air Force launched 35 cruise missiles called the Calcums from the B-52 to start the Gulf War, these were never the preferred munition of the Air Force. And in fact, the Air Force's story with cruise missiles was more a response to the Navy's success with the Tomahawk than any Air Force-initiated effort. After dragging their heels on developing cruise missiles during the Carter administration, Congress and the President threatened to make them adopt the Navy's Tomahawk program. That put a fire under the Air Force's cruise missile program. As one Air Force general officer recounted, they realized they had better get behind the cruise missile or they would get a torpedo rammed up their bomb bay. The Gulf War also solidified the importance of space. After Eisenhower had put most of the space missions in the civilian National Reconnaissance Office, he had left the Navy in charge of navigation satellites, the Army in charge of communication, and the Air Force the lead on nuclear early warning. This rather arbitrary division of responsibility within space decreased service fights over space, but it also led to a lower priority in service budgets, especially when the resources served joint purposes. So, for example, investments in global positioning systems stalled in the 1980s, as the services focused instead on big-ticket platforms within their budgets. It was not until the Gulf War that the Air Force doubled down on GPS investments. But let's be honest, this was after the Air Force had tried multiple times to cut the GPS program. The Marines also were leaning into the new unmanned technologies of the military revolution, especially the remotely controlled Pioneer unmanned aerial vehicle, which flew over 1,600 hours of reconnaissance sorties during the Gulf War. An Iraqi unit even surrendered to a Pioneer UAV, the first known surrender of a manned unit to an unmanned platform. Here's Marine Corps University professor Ben Jensen again.
The Marines were under Al Gray in the 80s, and really in response to a lot of things happening in Lebanon, really leaning into some pretty interesting uses of unmanned systems. In fact, they started to use them pretty successfully in the Gulf War, too. We don't talk enough about that in kind of the history.
As the U.S. took its Desert Storm victory lap, the RMA and military revolutions looked poised to define the post-Cold War American military. But it was a short victory lap, because as Ben Jensen explains, despite the forward momentum of military revolutions after Desert Storm,
it goes quiet. Everyone's figuring out how to be a peacekeeper or stabilization force for the remainder of the 90s while doing big exercises imagining fighting Iraq or North Korea or Iran.
A few big events derailed the RMA. First, in Somalia, a Black Hawk helicopter with its American Army pilot and crew were shot down by militant rebels, an event that played out on the screens of an international audience. 18 Americans dead, 73 wounded, and the bodies of the deceased American soldiers dragged through the streets of Mogadishu.
CW3, Mike Durant.
An American helicopter pilot taken prisoner in Somalia. Dazed and bloodied, he is questioned by his captors.
Innocent people being killed is not good.
One of 6 U.S. soldiers listed as missing in the heaviest fighting yet in Mogadishu. 12 American soldiers killed.
A few years later, a fighter pilot named Scott O'Grady was shot down over Bosnia, sparking an embarrassingly public manhunt for the downed pilot.
6 days after he was shot down, O'Grady was rescued near Bihać, Bosnia.
We're taught you need to look for a will to survive. Really came through my faith in God and wanting to go back to what I treasure the most in life, and that's my family.
The message after these 2 very public events was clear. Why put American military members at risk if we could use unmanned technology instead? Military revolutions were about how the information revolution could create wars of speed, decision advantage, range, and precision. But the lesson of the conflicts America opted into during the 1990s was not about how technology created wars of technological maneuver, but instead how they could be used to minimize political risk by optimizing range and persistence to minimize any potential political risk to decision makers. This is why, instead of investments in unmanned technology that linked unmanned and manned systems together to harness military revolutions, what we mostly got was a decade of long-range, low-risk, sometimes effective, cruise missile strikes.
The cruise missile punishes dramatically. Not so dramatically as manned fighters or bombers, but its big advantage is it doesn't put U.S. lives on the line because it's fired unmanned from hundreds of miles away.
Like the cruise missiles that struck Sudan and Afghanistan.
Good afternoon. Today, I ordered our armed forces to strike at terrorist-related facilities in Afghanistan and Sudan because of the threat they present to our national security.
And then Iraq.
Earlier today, I ordered American forces to strike Iraq. Our missiles sent the following message to Saddam Hussein. When you abuse your own people or threaten your neighbors, you must pay a price.
And then Bosnia.
No deployment of American troops is risk-free, and this one may well involve casualties. There may be accidents in the field or incidents with people who have not given up their hatred. I will take every measure possible to minimize these risks, but we must be prepared for that possibility.
The Clinton years were tough for RMA, Andy Marshall, and the Office of Net Assessment. Whereas Marshall had significant influence with the first Bush's outgoing Secretary of Defense, Dick Cheney, his relationship with Cheney's successor, Les Aspin, and Aspin's head of the Office of the Secretary of Defense Policy Planning Staff, Clark Murdoch, was less constructive. As Krapinovich and Watts recount of a meeting between Murdoch and Marshall, Murdoch wasn't convinced that military revolutions appealed to the service chiefs, who weren't worried about any major challenge to U.S. military dominance arising anytime soon, and that the military revolution assessment wasn't going to help diddly, well, poo-poo, in Bosnia or Somalia. And that's what people care about now. The MTR didn't do a thing for Marines and Somalia. We've censored some of the language, but you get the point. The cruise missile may have been the preferred weapon of the Clinton administration, but it wasn't the only unmanned system in the arsenal during these force protection years. The Army and the Marines had invested in unmanned aerial systems that they had used in the Gulf War to support the ground units with persistent aerial reconnaissance. At first, the Air Force wasn't interested. However, the Army started to get serious about these systems, and the Joint Defense Airborne Reconnaissance Office threatened to consolidate these unmanned systems in the Joint, or worse for the Air Force, the Army sphere of influence. Similar to the embrace of missiles after World War II, the Air Force saw a threat to its dominance and needed to make a dramatic move to capture the UAV mission. In 1996, Air Force Chief of Staff Fogelman declared that on my watch, the Air Force will embrace UAVs and work to fully exploit their potential. Fogelman made the institutional move to take over the UAV program, grabbing both the long-range Global Hawk and the medium-altitude Predator into the Air Force's control. To overcome within Air Force resistance to these programs, Fogelman explained to Air Force generals that the Marines and Army were hot on the heels of this new technology and threatened to hijack the trajectory of these systems. Faced with sister service competition that threatened the Air Force's core service identity, Air Force generals began to jump on the UAV train. Fogelman was a pivotal character in the Air Force's unmanned journey, in large part because his experiences, first in Vietnam and later with the shoot-down of Captain Scott O'Grady, shaped his vision of unmanned systems for the Air Force. In 1994, Fogelman commissioned a group of academics and strategic thinkers to run a Defense Science Board study on the future of the Air Force. Entitled New World Vistas, its authors argued that current unmanned aircraft have limited capabilities, serving either as cruise missiles or as relatively expendable reconnaissance probes. Instead of these uses, which was primarily how the Army viewed unmanned systems, the authors proposed a new Air Force version of unmanned systems, explaining that new information technologies are likely to soon allow the creation of uninhabited combat aerial vehicles flown by pilots who never leave the ground. With the election of George W. Bush in 2000 and the appointment of Office of Net Assessment old hand Jim Roche, Fogelman had an ally at the top of the civilian leadership within the Air Force. Here's former Air Force Secretary Jim Roche describing the early testing of the Predator MQ-1 drone with the Hellfire missile.
We took the plane and did a bunch of tests and found that if we got together with the Army, they would give us a very nice weapon, Hellfire. And the only problem we had was, we had two problems. One, Hellfires are normally on helicopters who are in developed and low. So when you first fire Hellfire, it goes up. If you don't Predator, you don't want to go up. You want to go down. But the Army was wonderful. And Huntsville, in Alabama, they changed the software to make them go down. Took care of that problem. The second thing we found, what Tom said was, we would hit a building, they would go inside, blow up, people will walk out. And he said, why are they walking out? And I said, it's a good question, boss. I said, leave it alone, I'll do it. And it turns out it was an explosion. They would get through these thick walls, but once inside, he just blew up and pressure. Very few people were injured. So we said, okay, Army, you're smarter than we are on these things. What would you do to make Hellfire solve our problem? In 1 week, they devised a shroud to go over the weapon head that flashed into 1,000 razor blades. Now, 1,000 razor blades have shown up in other things too, but things work. Once they got inside the building and blew up, not very many people walked out. So we're starting right off with the Army.
Despite the early innovation, Roche was still meeting with a lot of resistance from within the other services as they tried to transition the MQ-1 from reconnaissance to strike.
We could not get the Air Force or the Navy pilots to accept remotely piloted aircraft that blew up things, because that's where you had manned airplanes. Mm-hmm. And we kept saying, look, we've got to change. We've got to do this other thing. No. Anything you do with it, I think we can do better with an airplane.
All that resistance would change just a few months later when the Twin Towers fell and the George W. Bush administration, just a year into its tenure, found itself at war. 2 decades of counterinsurgency wars would be military revolution's biggest challenge yet. A distraction so powerful it would take a new, third offset to resurrect the old ideas. And when we started recording this podcast, we planned to highlight the remarkable resilience of the Office of Net Assessment and their ideas about the future of war, something you'll hear more about next episode. But things have changed. A few years ago, Andy Marshall passed. But the office continued on under the leadership of Andrew May and Jim Baker. That was until March 2025, when Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth disbanded the Office of Net Assessment after surviving decades of presidents, SecDefs, the Cold War, Moot Was, and the global war on terror. The unremarkable office in the depths of the Pentagon no longer contributes remarkable ideas about technology and the American way of war. So who will be the weapons influencers of tomorrow? Join us in the next episode of The Hand Behind Unmanned, where an attack on the Twin Towers and the Pentagon hijacked the trajectory of a post-Cold War American military and create a world primed for wars of unmanned persistence, led by the MQ-1 Predator and the later MQ-9 Reaper. I leave you with a final few words from Andrew Krapinovich about the lasting legacy of the Office of Net Assessment.
Marshall was very keen on saying net assessment's about the diagnosis. He said, we're not here to provide a prescription. I think that's one of the reasons why the office lasted so long. It has lasted so long. He didn't go into the defense secretary and say, well, you need 114 F-22s and 386 F-35s. He would go in and say, these are some key trends in the competition. Here's areas where it looks like we have some wasting assets. Here are some new opportunities. If we're looking about an offsetting adversary advantages, here's some potential offsetting strategies, IT, for example. Here are some cost-imposing strategies we might pursue.
I'm Julia.
And I'm Jackie.
This is the Hand Behind Unmanned podcast. If you liked it, buy the book. It's by Oxford University Press and available on Amazon.
Thanks for listening.
Episode 5, War Against Terror, the Predator Age.
Former Secretary Rumsfeld said, you go to war with the army you have, not the army you wish you had. And people made fun of him when he said that, and I could never quite understand that. Because in fact, what he was saying was a central challenge of the military profession, which is that militaries in peacetime place bets against an uncertain future. And it's only when war comes that you find out whether those have been good bets or colossally bad bets. And what are the two things that you can use to place bets? Well, one is history, right? Particularly your own, received history. And then the other is theory. It's ideas. Because aside from theory and aside from history, got nothing to go on.
Welcome to The Hand Behind Unmanned, a podcast about how America fights war without human beings, told from the perspective of the human beings making those choices. I'm Jackie Schneider.
And I'm Julia McDonald. In this podcast, we take you inside weapons budget lines and behind classified program doors to understand not only what unmanned technology the U.S. military bought, but why. For those of you who came for the technology, we hope you'll stay for the people, because this really is a story about remarkable humans, historical junctures, and our beliefs about the future of war and what that means for unmanned weapons we buy.
Along the way in our unmanned journey, we'll learn valuable lessons about how technology shapes the winners and losers in war, how humans and technology interact at a time when the march of technological progress seems inevitable, how public funds get invested when it comes to warfare, and above all, the human hands at the heart of unmanned technology.
Last episode, we covered the end of the Cold War and into the early 1990s, where the swift victory in the Gulf War showcased a new generation of cruise missiles and precision-guided munitions that could enable the U.S. to fight wars of choice without risking human life. We also heard how conflicts in Somalia and Bosnia served to sideline the military revolution advocates, like Andy Marshall, in favor of investments in technologies like cruise missiles that could minimize political risk. But by 2000, the deck chairs had changed again, with the election of George W. Bush in 2000 and the appointment of the Office of Net Assessment old hand Jim Roche as Secretary of the Air Force. The time was right for military revolutions to finally fulfill its vision. This all changed on September 11th, 2001.
This just in, you are looking at obviously a very disturbing live shot there. That is the World Trade Center, and we have unconfirmed reports this morning that a plane has crashed into one of the towers of the World Trade Center. The CNN Center right now is just beginning to work on this story, obviously calling our sources and trying to figure out exactly what happened, but clearly something relatively devastating happening this morning there.
Suddenly, the United States was at war again and needed defense budgets and weapons to fight that war. And it was a very different kind of war than those who had advocated for military revolutions had envisaged. September 11 was a critical juncture in the proliferation of unmanned technologies. It shifted the focus from cruise missiles and long-range strike to loitering, remote-controlled unmanned systems with high-precision smart munitions, and cemented that dominance with a huge increase in military budgets. The global war on terror and a previous decade of economic growth brought with it the largest increase in defense spending since the Cold War. American leaders, previously focused on high-tech transformation of the U.S. military to combat a rising China, needed new options to wage war against a low-tech Taliban in remote and mountainous Pakistan and Afghanistan.
On my orders, the United States military has begun strikes against al-Qaeda terrorist training camps and military installations of the Taliban regime in Afghanistan. These carefully targeted actions are designed to disrupt the use of Afghanistan as a terrorist base of operations and to attack the military capability of the Taliban regime.
Luckily, the military had an option. While the Predator debuted in the 1990s, providing overhead coverage in Bosnia and Kosovo, it cemented its breakout role in modern conflict after 9/11. Leading up to 9/11, the Predator was a niche project funded almost completely out of hide by a small defense industrial base company that believed in the revolutionary role of these unmanned technologies. But after 9/11, the Predator moved out of its fringe role and bolted into one of the most iconic weapons platforms of the global war on terror. For years, U.S. leaders like Air Force Chief of Staff Fogelman had played with the idea of arming the Predator, but there had been resistance within the services. 9/11 changed everything. In the hunt for a platform that could fly in politically fraught airspace for long periods of time, there was now a clear imperative to arm what had been a reconnaissance-only unmanned system, thereby introducing to the battlefield one of the first armed unmanned platforms. As then Secretary of the Air Force James Roche recounted in the last episode, there was a lot of resistance to arming the Predator before 9/11, but then 2 buildings fell over, and suddenly arming the Predator didn't seem nearly as risky or revolutionary as it had previously. The Predator, armed with Hellfire missiles, enabled warfare that was precise, limited, and persistent. The Hellfire, originally an anti-tank helicopter-fired missile, was initially part of a suite of precision-guided munitions spurred by former Secretary of Defense Bill Perry's second offset. Accordingly, the first few iterations of the missile focused on destroying Soviet tank masses, and subsequent modifications focused on firepower and warhead improvements. By the early 2000s, its laser guidance had been adapted to a fire-and-forget system, making it ideal for the unmanned Predator. As Leon Panetta, former Secretary of Defense and Director of the CIA, explains.
And so, because of 9/11, we clearly made the decision we were going to go to war against those who were responsible for the attack on 9/11. And we did. Obviously went into Afghanistan, etc. But those that were principally involved with that plot disappeared into the tribal areas of Pakistan. And when the United States tried to use either fighter planes or boots on the ground, Pakistan objected to that. And so in many ways, our hands were tied. And then President Bush, along with Mike Hayden, made a decision to try to use drones as a weapon to go after those individuals. And it was pretty rudimentary at the beginning. But by the time I arrived as secretary or as director of the CIA,
we had developed a very sophisticated operations center of a number of other intelligence agencies that were helping us.
The Predator and then its replacement, the Reaper, became an integral part of campaigns in Iraq and Afghanistan, and a selling point by Department of Defense leaders to Congress as they advocated for continued support in the wars. As Secretary Rumsfeld told Congress, unmanned surveillance and attack aircraft like Global Hawk and Predator offered a glimpse of their potential in Afghanistan. The 2003 budget increases the number of unmanned aircraft being procured and accelerates the development of new unmanned combat aerial vehicles capable of striking targets in denied areas without putting pilots at risk. On the success of these platforms, Secretary Panetta adds,
and using the drone capability, we were able to do a tremendous amount of surveillance. We were able to sight some of the targets. And obviously, with the drone capabilities, we were able to actually hit those targets. And I would say, looking back on it, that because the reason we were successful at winning this war on terrorism and going after Al-Qaeda and really undermining their leadership, they were trying attacks. I think because of the drones, we were able to destroy that capability. So I think history will look back and really use an example of how effective drones can be in confronting our enemies.
The remotely piloted aircraft provided two new capabilities to the U.S. military, which became key to counterinsurgency operations. First, these systems could loiter over targets for long periods of time. Equipped with full-motion video and near real-time data transfer, tactical units, ground commanders, and campaign leaders could watch the battlefield and targets almost constantly. Second, these remotely piloted systems kept pilots out of risk and increased the distance between the shooter and danger, thus decreasing the chance for another Somalia Black Hawk Down event. As former Chief of Staff Norman Schwartz argued, in my mind, the remotely piloted aircraft, or RPA, is the single most significant advance since radar. This goes back centuries to the bow and arrow. The Spear artillery aircraft, there's been a momentum to extend the distance between combatants from the very earliest days. The difference is that now we have the ability to fly lethal aircraft without the risk of physical danger to the pilot. It's monumental. The United States had come to a fork in the road for unmanned systems and weapon investments for the information revolution, and the U.S. military decided to plunge headlong into tactical reconnaissance unmanned systems that were remotely controlled and persistent. In past episodes, we introduced two dominant beliefs in the evolution of unmanned technologies, those of casualty aversion and force protection on the revolutions on the other. 9/11 and the subsequent campaigns in Iraq and Afghanistan significantly shifted the trajectory of impetus for a noteworthy evolution of beliefs in casualty aversion. In particular, after the initial campaigns, it became clear that despite the United States' desire for short and overwhelming wars, it would be difficult to win quickly, decisively, or with a light tech-enabled footprint in either Iraq or Afghanistan. The 2 decades-long conflicts seemed to debunk the myth of the new American way of war, and any dream of a Powell or Weinberger doctrine of overwhelming force, clear political aims, and a swift exit was not going to materialize in Iraq or Afghanistan. Decision-makers needed to update their beliefs about technology and casualty aversion. With the United States once again in a war of attrition against an insurgency, the idea of using unmanned technology to protect U.S. boots on the ground returned to vogue. The new generation of casualty aversion beliefs was far more sophisticated, both in its beliefs about the ability to completely reduce the risk of casualties to U.S. personnel, and in the ability of technology to decrease that risk. Unmanned aerial vehicles substituted for risk by removing manned pilots. However, over time, and as it became increasingly clear there were not significant threats to manned aircraft, the motivation behind the systems became less about substituting for human risk individually, and instead about using unmanned sensors to decrease the chance of loss of life across the conflict. This was important. Counterinsurgency operations required the military not only to protect its own forces from needless casualties, but also to win the hearts and minds of the wider population. On reducing civilian casualties, here is Peter Feaver, Professor of Political Science and Public Policy at Duke University.
First, let me talk about one other trade-off that matters, which is up until now, I've been talking about the trade-off between our casualties and success. But there's another trade-off that's involved, our casualties and their casualties, or particularly their civilian casualties. And there the picture is much more murky. The laws of war say that we have to incur greater risk of our combat casualties to reduce the risk of their civilian casualties. And the public views on that is mixed. Policymakers over the last 80 years have become more and more attuned to this and the need to reduce civilian casualties as well. And again, the contrast with the battles that were fought 80 years ago in 1945, the firebombing of Tokyo, the bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, huge numbers of civilian casualties that were inflicted so as to save U.S. combat casualties. That trade-off, policymakers today, or up until the Trump administration at least, the American policymakers said, we're not going to do that anymore. So we are going to reduce our own combat casualties and we're going to reduce their civilian casualties. And that's required much greater precision in fires and in targeting.
Unmanned aerial vehicles, precise and small effect missiles, and improvements to laser and global positioning system-guided bombs all help decrease civilian casualties and risk to U.S. and allied forces. They also provided situational awareness required to enforce tight rules of engagement. Investments in space-based communications and navigation allowed for centralization and remote control of unmanned systems, while unmanned aerial vehicles and space intelligence assets, previously used for strategic intelligence, were pivoted to tactical collection. Meanwhile, on defense, the United States invested in unmanned ground vehicles to detonate IEDs and automated counter-mortar systems like the CRAM to shoot down incoming mortar salvos. This new coin strategy substituted swift and overwhelming campaigns for a new theory of persistence enabled by technology, both on the battlefield for tactical victory and strategically ensuring up public support to ensure the nation's staying power within a campaign. In a way, after the failure of Rumsfeld's transformation initiatives to create quick wins in Afghanistan or Iraq, the U.S. military had returned to an updated theory of attrition in which the United States would win, not by creating more enemy body bags, but instead by winning a war of the attrition of political will. This was a better version of Westmoreland's invisible fence. It was smarter, more integrated, more persistent, and more controlled than Westmoreland's failed unmanned experiment in Vietnam. The intention was the same. However, the technological advances in those 3 decades allowed U.S. decision-makers to adapt unmanned systems to attempt to win a war of attrition while maintaining public support. This led to unmanned systems that were expensive, required significant logistical support, and sacrificed firepower for control and precision. Remote-controlled strike-capable unmanned aerial vehicles were perfectly suited to this kind of war. This was a new twist on unmanned systems, strictly for force protection. Instead of focusing on protecting friendly lives on the battlefield, they were also insulating decision-makers from international political ill will, providing a means of persistence in the face of international criticism. So what happened to the military revolution advocates during this period? While the campaigns in Afghanistan and Iraq ushered in huge changes in unmanned systems, in particular the dominance of remotely controlled unmanned aerial systems, and galvanized support and investment in these systems. But it was never what the original military revolution thinkers had envisaged. While the military revolutionists continued to push for transformation within the Department of Defense, and many of Marshall's original group played prominent roles in the Bush administration, the ideas espoused in the Quadrennial Defense Review from 2001 were more often derailed than catalyzed by the realities of fighting and funding 2 wars in the Middle East. Though there was a significant increase in weapons investments during the global war on terror, not all systems were getting a push from it. Many of the systems envisaged by military revolutions believers struggled to survive the acquisition's valley of death. As Peter Dombrowski and Andrew Ross recount in their analysis of transformation and defense industrial base outliers during the Bush administration, what was labeled the Long War, roughly the campaigns in Afghanistan and Iraq, plus an alleged global war on terror, affected both the pace and extent of transformation. Military spending increased rapidly, and the Afghan and Iraq campaigns further tested, on a much grander scale, weapons and systems that first appeared within the Persian Gulf War and in the Balkans during the 1990s. Broad-based transformation goals may have suffered as the operational challenges of ongoing campaigns served to focus research and development resources on technologies and systems barely on the radar screen of early transformation advocates. Perhaps the greatest example of the way in which 9/11 and the global war on terror affected the weapons and unmanned systems trajectory was the Army's Future Command System, or FCS. The FCS was perhaps the most ideal pursuit of the kind of weapons optimized for an IT revolution. It included an integrated system of communications, network capabilities, sensors, manned and unmanned systems, and smart munitions. The new force structure called for lighter, more mobile, manned, unmanned, and robotic vehicles designed to track and outmaneuver enemies through effective information sharing. The final FCS included proposals for UAVs, as well as small unmanned ground vehicles, intelligent munitions, and unmanned ground sensors. But the program ultimately failed. Its system of systems design called for the most difficult and complex set of requirements the Army had ever worked with, and a firmly entrenched Army service culture focused not on how all these things linked together or the use of unmanned systems, but instead on the development of new manned ground vehicles. When the threats to Army vehicles changed, namely the prominence of IEDs and Operation Iraqi Freedom, the amount of unmanned systems and sensors required to support the lightly armored manned vehicles made the concept tactically moot. Finally, the focus on manned vehicles over the network systems required to link all the elements of the FCS made unmanned systems largely unusable, as they, unlike the manned components, needed networks to function. Here's military innovation scholar
from really late 90s into early mid-2000s of how the Army sees itself evolving. Early mid-2000s of how the Army sees itself evolving. The challenge, they make ridiculous FCS videos. I want to say it was Boeing and SAIC produced, where it felt just like a bad episode of that old Jack Bauer show. It had that same feel of like a post 9/11 drama, but all of a sudden they had like fictional characters like me and Swarovski are deployed and we're going to fight it out. And they've got like hovering drones that are fantastic. None of that stuff came though, because again, the Army found itself once again, just like Vietnam, all that modernization money dries up when you're begging Congress for what's called OCOCO, Overseas Contingency Operation Funds, because you're doing these kind of like counterinsurgencies and strange forms of stability ops and CT around the world. So that FCS vision had both a technical limitation, but then it also had a funding limitation with the realities of protracted conflict.
It wasn't just the services keen on pet platforms or the defense industrial base ill-equipped for the ITRMA that derailed the trajectory for unmanned systems envisaged by the military revolution. It was also a push from the very top. Coming into the Secretary of Defense position in 2006 after 5 years of failed transformation efforts and knee-deep in the Iraq and Afghanistan campaigns, Robert Gates had no patience either for service pet projects or future technology investments over what the warfighters needed or wanted at that moment. And what the warfighters wanted was more Predators and Reapers to fight two hot wars happening right now, not high-tech systems of autonomous long-range strike munitions. In fact, Robert Gates once referred to next war-itis, arguing that we must not be so preoccupied with preparing for future conventional and strategic conflicts that we neglect to provide both short-term and long-term all the capabilities necessary to fight and win conflicts such as we are in today. The Air Force, having captured the UAV mission in the mid-1990s, was now struggling to find its place in a coin-dominated world that relied increasingly on remotely piloted aircraft, a sharp departure from the theories of strategic air power that had dominated at the turn of the century. This is Jack Shanahan, a retired U.S. Air Force 3-star general who stood up Project Maven and the Joint Artificial Intelligence Center in the Pentagon.
So, of course, you know that the Air Force had been moving along somewhat slowly with the beginnings of Predator back in the days, and Osama bin Laden and that strike that could have happened but didn't happen. A guy named Snake Clark in the Air Force has a whole story about how the drones came about. And Snake's a pretty creative and interesting sort of storyteller, but I think a lot of it, he actually had it right, is that it was sort of slow at first. There was a reluctance to do that, but some of it was a reluctance just because the technology was not ready yet. But once you had this pressure from above, I mean, nobody put as much pressure on than Secretary Gates. I was there as a one-star when there was just everyday pressure to put more and more. They called them combat air patrols, CAPs, but it was really orbits, more Predators and Reapers up in the skies over Afghanistan and Iraq. You know, at one point, I think we ended up with 65 simultaneous orbits that were going on. Enormous pressure.
To accommodate this push from the top and the reality of the wars in the Middle East, the Air Force accepts our mission, but not at the expense of its core manned mission. Jack Shanahan continues.
So the Air Force is known as the ISR service. It's known as a very technically savvy force. So I think there was an understanding and almost an embracing of, we'll get this ISR thing right as long as we do not jeopardize this manned pilot world of F-16, F-15, fighter pilots, all that whole community. As long as you don't come at the expense of the rest of the manned community, we're okay with this and we're going to be on board. Still, they were dragged along a little bit of screaming about standing up this really became a very big enterprise of ISR in the former Predator Reapers, Creech Air Force Base.
One individual in particular, General Michael Mosley, Robert Gates' chief of staff, was especially vocal in fighting for the Air Force's core manned missions and in continuing to promote the F-22s and F-35s the Air Force had been developing for strategic attack against a peer competitor. But Gates was tired of facing cultural impediments to his mission of expanding the inventory of UAVs. He dismissed Mosley and replaced him with Norman Schwartz, a special operations command pilot who was a big believer in unmanned systems designed to support ground conflict. Schwartz led a push for unmanned units and personnel from the top and appointed generals who supported his vision for the systems. This included General Deptula, a former F-15 pilot, but now a true believer in unmanned systems and in charge of the Air Force's Intelligence, Surveillance, and Reconnaissance Unit. This is Jack Shanahan again on Gates' push from the top.
But the other pressure, of course, at the time was Secretary Gates telling in a not-so-polite way to the Secretary of the Air Force and Chief of Staff of the Air Force, shut up in color on the F-22. You're not getting any more of those. And by the way, you've got other systemic problems you need to fix in your nuclear industry and all these other pieces of it. And so it was, you're going to get this right. And that's really what drove the ISR portion of this, which is really what most of this is. It's ISR/strike. The line is extremely blurred, if disappeared. One day it's ISR, the next day it's strike, and then 2 hours later you're back and going in the other direction. There is a big cultural component to this, and there is no question. There was resistance and reluctance to go down this path too far, but there was also no choice that they had to get on board because people were dying in combat. That was the big difference. Secretary Gates had no patience for anybody that was not going to sign up to give more to the fight in the Middle East.
And the U.S. Air Force ultimately adapted to accommodate this change, adeptly linking military revolutions and force protection beliefs to argue that technology that distanced the human from the battlefield would not only create effectiveness, but also decrease casualties in war. On the importance of the UAV pilots, Secretary Panetta adds,
even though, the Air Force, obviously these guys love to fly their planes and to be pilots, with time, they recognized, and I told them this when I spoke to a group of these pilots, I said, I realized, this doesn't have a lot of the glory associated with being a fighter pilot. But I have to tell you, you are helping us accomplish a very important mission of going after those who would threaten our country. And you do it successfully. And you really deserve a lot of credit for that. I actually, as secretary, decided that it was important for those that were really operating above and beyond the call of duty to even provide an award to those that were involved in piloting, because I thought it was important to recognize their service to the country.
Moving into the second half of the Obama administration, a push from above from Gates, a glut of spending on 2 campaigns against insurgents and terrorists in the Middle East, and wartime experimentation transitioned remotely piloted aircraft into the dominant unmanned system for both research and procurement in the U.S. military. And U.S. leaders are defending the uptick in drone strikes.
Dozens of highly skilled al-Qaeda commanders, trainers, bomb makers, and operatives have been taken off the battlefield. Plots have been disrupted that would have targeted international aviation, U.S. transit systems, European cities, and our troops in Afghanistan. Simply put, these strikes have saved lives.
But the focus was not on using unmanned systems as part of a system of systems to combat peer competitors, but instead on mitigating risk to U.S. military personnel and creating persistent and remotely controlled surveillance. But the belief in military revolutions wasn't dead. Andy Marshall's influence was now embedded within the ranks of the military and civilian staff. Instead, military revolutions experienced a resurrection with a remarkable policy entrepreneur. Deputy Secretary of Defense Bob Work, in contribution during this period is known as the Third Offset. The name wasn't an accident. The Third Offset strategy was explicitly premised on the perceived success of two previous offset strategies, nuclear deterrence in the 1950s and the guided munitions regime in the 1970s. In the first, the United States leveraged its technical advantage in nuclear weapons to offset a planned drawdown of conventional U.S. forces in Europe. In the second offset, when the conventional balance again troubled Washington, the United States sought advanced technologies for precision attack to whittle down Soviet tanks and other conventional forces to battle manageable levels. The success the Pentagon wanted to replicate in the third offset was reasonably clear. Military technical advantage in long-term competition with any would-be adversary. As Work said, offset strategies are clearly driven by military technological competitions. One way to gain an advantage in conditions of military technological parity is to develop another technological offset. Here is Jack Shanahan again.
It will help, I believe, to frame this with some things that Bob Work had on his mind as the Deputy Secretary of Defense. So when Bob Work stood Project Maven up, and he was the person that, in the literal sense, put his signature on the memo almost 8 years ago now, it was about AI for the intelligence community, and specifically full motion video analysis off of drones. Just like you have a hard time staying uncrewed, or the Air Force doesn't like drones, but we've all come to accept that it's drones. But what Bob Work used to say related directly to his vision for this thing called the third offset strategy, but it was never going to be AI for AI's sake. He loved Project Maven. He was, as I say, the patron saint of algorithmic warfare. He was the driving force behind it, but he knew this was just a means to the end. The end for him was this thing called third offset. Terms come and go in D.C. You know this very well, that they fall out of favor. Nobody says third offset anymore. But I believe the core of his idea still remains, and it sort of got this new life in something called Joint All-Domain Command and Control, JADC2. He would say maybe not quite what he had in mind, but pretty close. And what he was always wanted to talk about was this idea of three grids. The sensor grid, which is kind of the ISR part, the C3I grid, think the command and control grid, and then effects grid, what was actually delivering the effects, kinetic, non-kinetic. He was thinking about that all the way back to World War II and Hugh Dowding in the Battle of Britain, and put the same sort of sensor effects and C3I grids together. And what he envisioned, the way the United States would stay ahead of its adversaries long into the future, would be this idea of using AI to build a more intelligent force.
The third offset doubled down on the independent role of technology designed to increase the range of first strike capability, increase situational awareness, and ultimately, decrease decision time between sensor and shooter. As Bob Work explained, at some point you would reach a tipping point, and entire battle networks would begin to operate at a higher speed. We thought these would be the leading edge of a new warfighting regime called algorithmic warfare. We then envisioned a new military technical revolution, which the proportion of unmanned systems to manned systems shifted in favor of unmanned systems. We anticipated the character of robotic warfare would be much, much different from what we see today. This is Jack Shanahan again.
So AI is a way to get that more intelligence force, which for him was going to be a lot more autonomy, that you'd have many more autonomous systems in every domain, just like you've looked at all different ones. This isn't just airplanes. It would be everything. You'd have autonomous systems doing global sensing, what we would call ISR, but ISR and beyond, but also the communications piece of it, but also the effects piece of it, where you would have many more intelligent systems that would put fewer lives at risk, but still be able to do all the things that humans, in theory, are able to do, but do them probably cheaper, probably equally well, maybe sometimes better, sometimes not quite as good, but you'd make up for it by sheer volume.
From his mentor and former colleague, Andy Marshall, Work learned about how to create narratives and influence. He knew that he needed a story to convince Congress and the White House to invest in the kinds of technologies that had languished during the last 2 decades of conflict. He needed a good name for what was essentially another RMA. Work spread the word about the third offset in Washington, D.C. think tank circles and among members of the White House and Congress. Meanwhile, networks of second and third generation ONA thinkers began to fill out the strategy with think tank reports and publications and blogs and journals. The strategy, the narrative, and the influence campaign worked. Work got his funding from Congress and got to work, no pun intended. In particular, Work's Strategic Capabilities Office became the third offset reinvigorated the military revolution narrative, while almost 2 decades of counterinsurgency eroded beliefs about ground political attrition. Air-sea battle vaulted the old Air Force identity and strategic attack back to the forefront of the Pentagon and budgets. After investing so heavily in Predators and Reapers, spending on these systems stagnated in the new China-focused budgets. Instead, the Air Force co-opted narratives again, taking the third offset and Revolutions and Military Affairs Redux to invest in unmanned technologies that both enabled its premier fighters and replaced them. Counterintuitively, while the fighter pilot remained the dominant occupational identity, the growing influence of civilian policy wonks, like former head of Air Force Acquisitions Dr. Will Roper, created incentives to develop unmanned systems that mimicked or replicated an airplane's function. Roper's focus on automated dogfighting revealed the service's desire to retain airframes, even if unmanned, as the core Air Force weapon. Once again, the quest to preserve service identity in the face of occupational identities shaped the trajectory of Air Force unmanned investment. So, where does this all leave us? At the turn of the century, military revolutions had created a strategic narrative about the purpose of unmanned systems that should have created a trajectory towards autonomous unmanned systems across domains and missions, linked intimately with networks of munitions and sensors that enabled long-range first strike. And then 9/11 occurred, derailing the military revolution's vision for unmanned technologies and plunging the US into over a decade of counterinsurgency operations in the Middle East. In this context, the Predator provides a counter-narrative to the success of military revolutions and unmanned weapons investments. The Predator and the Reaper, 2 remotely controlled, armed, long-range tactical UAVs, dominated the United States unmanned arsenal in the decades after 9/11. But this was never the kind of unmanned system envisioned by Marshall's followers. The systems are expensive, not survivable, and not autonomous. They function often as centrally controlled platforms, hardly the networked system of unmanned technologies enabling long-range strike laid out in the military revolution narratives. How strange, then, that their success was only possible because the belief in the technological impetus for military revolutions created space for the initial experimentation with unmanned systems. Furthermore, when Marshall's networks of believers in military revolutions were promoted through the ranks, they ultimately found themselves in positions to arm and proliferate the Predator and its successors when 9/11 knocked the possibility of true military transformation off its feet. But true belief in the revolutionary potential of unmanned systems never died. Marshall's long-term strategy of influence allowed the belief in military revolutions to survive multiple decades, despite significant external shocks, from the demise of the Soviet Union to the lean years of the 1990s, through unsympathetic administrations focused on small-scale conflicts, to finally surviving the biggest shock of all, 9/11, and 2 decades of defense budget glut focused away from military revolutions. Each of these events created critical junctures, some of which derailed unmanned systems on trajectories completely divorced from military revolutions. But Marshall's network of influence stayed the course, adapting these trajectories and often co-opting them to ultimately preserve the belief system. One of those true believers was, of course, Bob Work, with his third offset. But, and bringing us closer to today, even as unmanned platforms prospered under the auspices of the third offset, unmanned systems like munitions, communications relays, and satellites did not experience the kind of unbridled exponential growth. Instead, they experienced a series of stutter-starts as a post-Cold War US military struggled to meet the technological needs of the military revolution in the face of acquisition and budget cost reform. Despite the clear relationship between these systems and the military revolution narrative, Marshall's networks of influence couldn't overcome bureaucratic sclerosis to save the unmanned systems that the services themselves wouldn't prioritize. This led to a very sticky path dependency for expensive, persistent, remotely controlled unmanned aerial vehicles that was hard to change. Here, Mike Brown, former director of the Defense Innovation Unit, discusses the difficulty in an early attempt to transition from the large, expensive UAVs like the Predators and Reapers to smaller first-person view drones that could be launched quickly and cheaply by soldiers on the ground, much like what we have seen on the battlefields in Ukraine.
One of the most challenging, actually, during the same time we were creating Blue UAS, was an Army program. They were trying to make that transition to small drones that an individual would be responsible for. Obviously, with a multi-million-dollar drone, you'd have a team of folks in an Air Force base outside Las Vegas that are basically piloting this drone, often overseas. But now we're talking about what's now called FPV, first-person view drone, and something could be launched by an individual soldier. So in that transition, the Army was making one of its earlier attempts at that. It was called the Short Range Reconnaissance Program. And I'd say what made it challenging was we approached it with a very traditional military mindset as opposed to a consumer mindset. What I mean by that is, in addition to wanting to make sure it was cyber hardened, we also wanted to add additional features, which made it a unique military item, again, versus borrowing off the shelf. And unfortunately, this meant that it took several years to develop rather than just evaluating what was off the shelf today. And the cost of it went from, the target of $1,000 to $17,000. So now we have a unique military item, not leveraging the benefits of scale of, consumer-based product, that we've made a custom product. Now it's so expensive, it now crosses into the area of an asset we really need to take care of, as opposed to something that's attritable, and we should be willing to launch 3 of them and not care if 2 of them fail and 1 meets its mission. So I'd say that was a early challenging attempt.
Ultimately, the trajectories of these unmanned systems reflected the power of external catalysts, namely 9/11 and counterinsurgency, which saved many of the tactical user satellite programs and led to extremely expensive, precise airborne munitions. What came at a cost to this catalyst was upgrades and procurement of munitions better suited for a peer competitor in the information revolution era, ground-based and shipborne conventional strike, robust and resilient communications, and strategic early warning. Cruise missiles, ballistic missiles, and mines largely stagnated as the services turned towards unmanned platforms to substitute for manned missions. What this trajectory means for the US today and the conflicts it faces will be the focus of our next episode. I'm Julia.
And I'm Jackie.
This is the Hand Behind Unmanned podcast. If you liked it, buy the book. It's by Oxford University Press and available on Amazon.
Thanks for listening. Episode 6, Autonomy Now, Ukraine, Iran, China, and the Drone Revolution. The U.S. built an expensive, exquisite, and highly controlled inventory of unmanned systems for the wars on terror. But in today's world of quadcopters, cheap drones, and long-range missiles, does the U.S. have the right arsenal?
On the ground, in the air, at sea. In Ukraine, drones are reshaping warfare. What Hollywood could only dream of not long ago is now reality.
Welcome to The Hand Behind Unmanned. a podcast about how America fights war without human beings, told from the perspective of the human beings making those choices. I'm Jackie Schneider.
And I'm Julia McDonald. In this podcast, we take you inside weapons budget lines and behind classified program doors to understand not only what unmanned technology the U.S. military bought, but why. For those of you who came for the technology, we hope you'll stay for the people, because this really is a story about remarkable humans, historical junctures, and our beliefs about the future of war and what that means for unmanned weapons we buy.
Along the way in our unmanned journey, we'll learn valuable lessons about how technology shapes the winners and losers in war, how humans and technology interact at a time when the march of technological progress seems inevitable, how public funds get invested when it comes to warfare, and above all, the human hands at the heart of unmanned technology. At first glance, the rise of unmanned systems seems like a simple story. These technologies make a military more capable, and therefore states with more capacity will buy more and better unmanned systems. However, what this podcast and our book shows is that nothing about the United States' current unmanned inventory is simple. This is not a story of inevitability, but instead about contingency, where the roads not taken are as important as those traveled in explaining how we got to where we are today. It is a story that shows that beliefs about technology often matter more than the technologies themselves, where the key protagonists are the people that advocate for different beliefs about technology and the American way of war, how military services co-opt and resist these beliefs in accordance with their own entrenched identities. Finally, it is a story about how shifts arising from domestic politics and exogenous shocks create windows of opportunity for these beliefs to come to the fore, to compete, and ultimately to become embedded in doctrinal and budget decisions that create path dependencies for years to come. When we started this book, the puzzle was why we had gone all in on remotely controlled unmanned aerial systems, like the Predator and the Reaper. And that was provocative a few years ago when we were in the midst of the war on terror and these systems were playing a major role in American conflict. It is a less provocative question today, when it is not expensive and exquisite remote control systems dominating the modern battlefield, but instead cheap quadcopters, mines, and missiles. In this episode, we're going to reframe a bit and look outside the United States. How the wars and technological innovation occurring in places like Ukraine, Russia, Israel, Iran, and even North Korea are changing the art of the possible in unmanned technology and forcing the U.S. to reevaluate its beliefs about how wars today are fought and won. And we're going to spend most of our time in this episode in Ukraine.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says Russia used 93 missiles and over 200 drones to take down key power grids. He also said Ukrainian forces managed to shoot down 81 of those missiles using U.S. defense equipment.
Moscow on Tuesday saw the largest Ukrainian drone attack since the Kremlin sent troops into Ukraine more than 3 years ago. 3 people were killed and more than a dozen of others were injured in the drone attack that also targeted several other Russian regions. The Russian military said 91 Ukrainian drones were downed over the Moscow region and nearly 250 others were shot down over other regions of Russia.
Both Ukraine and an invading Russia have experimented extensively with drones, missiles, mines, and even unmanned surface vehicles. This is a complicated and rich story about unmanned technology, so I'm going to turn first and foremost to Michael Kaufman to help us understand what is happening.
I'm a senior fellow at Carnegie Endowment. I've spent most of my professional life working in defense analysis, defense research, with a bit of a specialization on the Russian military and more recently the Ukrainian military. So I worked at National Defense University. I was the director for the Russia Studies program at Center for Naval Analysis. I was a fellow Modern War Institute West Point, and I do quite a bit of field work in Ukraine and have been over the last 3 years of the Russia-Ukraine war.
Michael has spent a lot of time on or near the front lines of battle in Ukraine, and he's seen firsthand the types of unmanned technologies that are shaping that conflict.
If we're looking at the types of uncrewed systems, right, most of them are UAS.
That's unmanned aerial system. Michael, as the expert he is, uses a series of acronyms. We'll try and decode those for you.
And they're typically either very short range, commercial ISR.
That's intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance.
And bomber drones, like pound for pound, the best drone of this war is still DJI's Mavic, particularly Mavic 3T with thermal camera. And it can be modified to be a bomber as well. It's a fairly light quadricopter, right? So it's the size of something that you could easily hold in your hand. Most of the drone systems that you see in this war, they're piloted either with, let's say, either radio or remote type controller or via a helmet system for FPVs.
First-person view. Think of this like radio control, using a camera on the system that gives the operator a view of what the drone or the weapon is seeing real time.
Where the pilot is wearing a big set of what look like VR goggles, and then the co-pilot is looking at another screen with greater situational awareness. And the drones are themselves, they are streaming the information, for example, Mavic, via a web-based interface to lots of units who can then see this information, and they can interact directly with the operator. They can ask them things, they can record it, and they have a very simplistic fuse. They have typically, an anti-tank or anti-personnel munition on them. There's different types of munitions you can attach to them, and you just directly strike the target with these first-person view drones. Normally, these are things that are being used at the range of about 15 kilometers.
So these are the small quadcopters, sometimes equipped with small munitions, kind of like grenades, that are being used in Ukraine and by Russia to conduct battlefield intelligence, to find targets, and often to attack those targets.
Then we have heavy multi-rotor drones. These are sort of derivative off of industrial drones. They're much heavier. They have greater payload, greater range. They're basically multicopters. These are not things that you can hold in your hand, right? They're about the size of your desk, let's say. And they conduct various bombing missions, particularly night bombing missions. They conduct resupply. In some cases, battalion commanders maybe use heavy multi-rotor drones for 50% of the logistical resupply of their troops. They're also heavily used for remote mining. Distance mining is quite prevalent on both sides, particularly on the Ukrainian side. We use drones to accurately map the battlefield and then use drones to then deploy mines defensively or offensively. And you know where you put all your mines when you do it with a drone rather than scattering them out. A lot of folks don't know that even though most of the videos they see from the war show FPV strike drones hitting targets, probably 50% of the attrition is still being inflicted by bomber drones, both light bomber drones and heavy multi-rotor drones in the bomber role, which have gotten much better at targeting and hitting things on the move.
As Michael explained, these are like your Walmart-bought quadcopter on steroids. They have much larger payloads. They can drop bigger, more lethal weapons or transport bigger equipment or supplies. The Ukrainian nickname for these type of drones is Baba Yaga, a reference to a mythical witch who flies around on a mortar and pestle, leaving havoc in her wake.
The last two types I'll discuss are longer range ISR drones. These are wing platforms with greater endurance. I think in the US, we would consider it to be Class 2 UAS. And on the Russian side, this is Orlan 10, Orlan 30, Zala 416, Supercam. On the Ukrainian side, it's a whole mixture of drones like Shark and similar type platforms, right? So these are drones that are basically providing coverage beyond 30 cam of the front line, because what you see is that there's a big drop-off in endurance and survivability for platforms kind of at the 0 to 30 kilometer mark.
This is probably the closest we're going to get to the US MQ-1, MQ-9, or Global Hawk. Though these systems that Michael is talking about are generally much smaller, operate at lower altitudes, and at far shorter ranges than the US's bread and butter unmanned aerial systems. These Ukrainian and Russian versions are also much, much cheaper and generally embedded with troops instead of operated from across the globe.
We have also long-range one-way attack drones. On the Russian side, it's the various modified versions of the Shahed that they're employing, that they originally got from Iran, but significantly upgraded. The Ukrainian side, there's a whole mixture of one-way attack drone types that they've been employing against Russia in similar roles. These are fairly cheap systems, but effective when massed in significant numbers.
As these drones started getting bigger and longer range, the distinction between a drone and a missile gets very blurry. And you'll hear all sorts of descriptions of this category of weapons that only increases this confusion. Drone missiles, one-way drones, kamikaze drones, remotely controlled missiles, attritable drones, attritable missiles. They add to this category what we traditionally understood as cruise missiles, ballistic missiles, and sometimes their hypersonic cousins. And what they all have in common is that they're generally longer range than like the quadcopters and other systems we would think of as more categorically and truly a drone and not a missile hybrid. They generally have larger warheads, operate at higher altitudes, and usually have some kind of late-stage seeker head so that the missile or drone has some instructions about where they're going and what their end target might be. At the beginning of the conflict, Ukraine didn't have a lot of these missiles or drones in their inventory, and were therefore very dependent on long-range missiles produced and given to them by the United States or the United Kingdom, often with significant caveats on what these missiles could be used to target. But the Ukrainians are now producing their own cruise missiles and long-range drones with ranges of up to 1,000 kilometers or approximately 600 plus miles. Ukrainians have also been very innovative about how these systems are launched by building their own trucks, adapting U.S. and European launchers, and jimmy-rigging Western missiles to fire off of Russian-produced fighter aircraft.
British media are reporting that for the first time, Ukraine has fired the UK-supplied Storm Shadow missiles into Russia. Neither Ukraine nor Britain have confirmed those reports, which say 12 of the missiles were fired into Kursk, a border region partially held by Ukrainian forces. Storm Shadows are long-range cruise missiles developed jointly by the UK and France. They're launched from fighter jets and have a range of more than 250 kilometers.
And while the Ukrainians have had to play catch-up, adapting their Soviet arsenal with European and homegrown technology, the Russians started the war with one of the world's largest arsenals of long-range drones, cruise, and ballistic missiles. They may be running through this arsenal at a remarkable pace, but they are also revitalizing their weapon stores with adaptations to their missile technology and new missiles acquired from North Korea and Iran.
Another dangerous escalation in the Ukraine war. Russia now confirms it fired a new experimental intermediate-range ballistic missile, or IRBM, at Ukraine. The move was in response to Kyiv's use of American and British-supplied long-range missiles inside Russia. Russia says the missile moves so fast, American air defense systems are powerless to stop it.
These Russian missiles are becoming more precise and faster, all while Russia adapts its aging nuclear unmanned force to the conventional war it is fighting with Ukraine. And unmanned innovation isn't just happening in the air. The maritime domain is also experiencing extraordinary growth and tactical adaptation. Some of this is unmanned surface vehicles, especially ghost kamikaze ships, often controlled via links to commercial satellites like Elon Musk's Starlink satellite constellation. But there are also innovations occurring with unmanned semi-submersed and submersed vehicles.
Ukraine was very effective in using USVs to shut down the Black Sea. USVs inflicted far more damage against the Russian Navy overall, and were the principal factor that I think forced Russia into a de facto, let's say not agreement, but tacit understanding with Ukraine by end of 2023, not to attack each other's commercial shipping. And this inflicted far more damage, I think, on Russian Navy than traditional strike capabilities, like air-launched cruise missiles, ATACMS, what have you. If you just look at the numbers, 42% of the damage was inflicted by USVs.
In addition, both Russia and Ukraine have mined parts of the Black Sea with rudimentary automatic sea mines. For Russia, this is part of a larger attempt to blockade Ukrainian commercial ships, while Ukraine has used naval mines as part of their asymmetric tactics to combat a larger and better equipped Russian Navy. The land domain, which has been so defined by the use of drones in the air, has seen far less unmanned innovation. But that doesn't mean that unmanned weapons aren't shaping the battlefields.
A lot less is known about that because both sides have not invested that much into UGVs, and it's only sort of coming more to the fore, I think, this year.
There may not be significant unmanned ground vehicles, but there are landmines all over this war. An estimated 30% of Ukraine's territory has been mined. That's approximately the size of the state of Florida. And while we would hope that some of these innovations in autonomy and control and safety that we've seen in the aerial domain would lead to safer, smarter mines, most of these mines are still relying on crude automation. In fact, many of the innovations we've witnessed are not to make landmines more discriminate and more humane, but instead to use sensors to make them more dangerous and gruesome.
They will make a difference, but I think we need to be careful to assume they are necessarily going to transform Ukraine's war effort. What it does enable them to do is to attack targets within Russia itself. Now, certainly Storm Shadow and the French version Scalp has been used against Russian targets in occupied territories, and also that includes, for example, the area of Crimea, which Russia occupied in 2014.
It is important to understand that the unmanned war in Ukraine and Russia isn't stagnant. Instead, it is a story of intense and rapid experimentation and innovation on the battlefield. Michael Kaufman again.
And what I've seen in the Russia-Ukraine war is that cycles of innovation, tactical adaptation tend to proceed along a timeline of about 3 to 4 months. Usually maybe one side innovates with a particular technology or tactic. If it's successful, they start to deploy it at scale. Then the other side sees that it's successful and begins to copy that approach. And then before you know it, about 5-6 months down the line, it begins to affect the character of the fight between the two of them.
One of those big experimentation stories is the tit-for-tat of remote-controlled drones, which are dependent on Wi-Fi and other in-air transmission methods to both control the systems and to receive information from the systems.
The development of FPVs and all these strike drones also led both sides, particularly Russians and then Ukrainian forces, to heavily invest in electronic warfare. Electronic warfare proliferated across both forces. That then led both sides to substantially modify, upgrade, and adapt the drones they were using.
Or in what has been the most recent tit-for-tat between electromagnetic warfare and drones, militaries are starting to use fiber optic cable to negate jamming, taking an autonomous weapon and making it highly remote controlled.
And in 2024, you increasingly saw that drones were starting to counter other drones, and that there were several contests you could see at the tactical level between drone systems increasingly being optimized and modified to counter other drone systems.
For those of you trying to keep up, we've listed quite a few unmanned innovations over the last 3 years of war in Ukraine. FPVs, heavier bomber drones, longer-range ISR drones, one-way drones, cruise missiles, ballistic missiles, hypersonic missiles, unmanned surface and subsurface vehicles, naval, and landmines. And these technologies have been instrumental to a host of different missions. Battlefield reconnaissance, long-range reconnaissance, air defense, mining, countermining, logistics, close-range and long-range strike. But how have they changed the conduct of warfare? Well, they've made it closer, less platform-focused, slower, all the opposite of the wars of maneuver envisioned by military revolutions. They've also made war bloodier, more lethal, less like the ways that the U.S. envisioned unmanned as a substitution for human risk on the battlefield. Perhaps most resoundingly, they've demonstrated how much stuff, manned and unmanned, any military needs in order to fight these new modern wars. And in order to keep with this quantity of drones, missiles, and mines, countries have to build domestic industries, carve out international and local supply lines, and build economies that can handle the sheer costs of sustaining these inventories. As Michael Kaufman explains, this is a problem of both bottom-up innovation on the battlefield and top-down investment within the economy and production.
They have to be cheap enough to be procured in large numbers because drones by both sides are produced now at the range of maybe 1.5 million per year or a bit more than that. You're essentially producing drones as you would produce artillery ammo. You have to come up with munitions for them too. So to some extent, you also have a real evolution in munitions. It's still a challenge because when things kind of branch very quickly, it takes other supporting parts of the defense industrial chain a while to catch up. They have to be modified pretty quickly so you can evolve them fast, and they have to be manufactured fairly quickly as well. There's always, for lack of a better term, a Hegelian dialectic between the small, expensive, and complex, which are few, right? The few, expensive, and complex versus the many simple systems. And this war had given much greater emphasis towards the many and the simple and the attritable and replaceable.
So more stuff that creates the need for more munitions, all of which need to be changed and produced quickly. There are other lessons for the U.S., in particular that true autonomy, or swarms of AI-enabled machine warfare, is still far from a reality.
There's not much autonomy in this war. Autonomy is still fairly nascent. There's not much AI either. Most articles I read on autonomy and AI in the Russia-Ukraine war are just plain incorrect from my point of view. Autonomy is coming around as sort of terminal guidance for drones and ways to get around signal propagation problems or electronic warfare, but it's definitely still quite nascent. Pretty much everything in this war is piloted by somebody.
And that's significant because these unmanned technologies need a lot of people to make them useful on the battlefield. That means you can't just invent the technologies, produce the technologies, adapt the technologies. You also need to build a force and training and communications in order to use them effectively.
What most folks don't appreciate is that the use of unmanned, uncrewed systems actually is very manpower intensive. To fight this way, for example, looking at the Ukraine military, a typical brigade will have a drone battalion, and then we'll have 1 to 2 drone platoons per maneuver battalion. And this is quite a few people, because when you think about fighting this way, you need a lot of folks allocated to the mission. You need at least a company that's focused on longer range ISR for the brigade as well. You need UAS companies the way you would have a mortar platoon in the maneuver battalion, right? So you need a UAS platoon there as well. In the maneuver battalion, at least 1 or 2. In a squad, you need several individuals because this is pretty intensive. Like when you're operating a drone, you're on the whole time. So you need several people, maybe 3 for like an FPV team. Plus you need a driver, you need people to get there, supply them. They're working during the day. Then you need a night shift for that same job. That pervasive ISR, right? Remember, humans have to be looking at this. They have to be flying it. So they need a night shift. And then behind the brigades, you have drone regiments. And now you have Ukraine actually expanding to drone brigades. Those are formation with thousands of men dedicated to holding a large piece of the front and supporting it the way, let's say, several artillery brigades might support a part of the front. So you have big changes to kind of force design. You have brigade commanders that have to allocate a chunk of their personnel to this mission. You have the creation of drone forces, which is trying to do doctrinal development, train, man, and equip for the drone components of the force on the Ukrainian side and on the Russian side. And lastly, you have the organizational capacity, right? You have the big CPs with screens. I'm using this glibly, but try to describe to folks. So you have web-based interfaces. You have all the software that needs to go and all the folks that have experience on how they're going to deconflict EW with drone strike, with other operations. You have battle captains. You have fairly tight-run ships across these brigades that have constant shifts of situational awareness on their battlefield, running the fight and looking at, countless screens, whether it's incoming enemy drones, whether it's operations, what's happening on the battlefield, what's happening in electromagnetic time to put together, but it's a much more integrated fight. So I'm trying to paint a picture to get folks beyond the, I just see drones striking things and I see nice videos, but what's really behind it is a lot more complicated than that.
Perhaps the largest lesson of this war is that while these technologies have fundamentally changed how the war is fought, so far it has not brought either side to surrender or to victory. Whereas the early days of the precision-guided munition revolution suggested that wars could be won at long distances with cruise missiles and precision-guided bombs, today's wars demonstrate the difficulty that these weapons in a grueling war of attrition. And it's not just Ukraine or Russia that is experimenting with unmanned arsenals. North Korea, Iran, even Houthi rebels are all leaning into missiles and drones. North Korea has been developing short-range, intermediate-range, and intercontinental missiles since the early 2000s. In conjunction with its nuclear weapons program, Pyongyang has relied on these missile capabilities to deter a far more capable U.S. and South Korean allied force. Over the last 3 years, this missile development significantly accelerated with more provocative missile tests.
North Korea fired multiple ballistic missiles into the sea today, hours after South Korea kicked off its annual joint military drills with the U.S. Now, the North warned the drills could trigger a conflict and called it a, quote, aggressive and confrontational war rehearsal.
Long-range intercontinental ballistic missile development.
North Korea has test-fired a suspected intercontinental ballistic missile which came down in the sea off the coast of Japan.
And even supposed hypersonic missile tests.
North Korea on Monday claimed it successfully launched a new hypersonic ballistic missile.
Many of these technologies are proliferating to bad guys across the globe, with sightings of North Korea-derived missile technology in Syria and now in Russian attacks on Ukraine. North Korea is also leaning into what they call AI suicide attack drones, look remarkably akin to the U.S. MQ-1 or MQ-9 drones. Meanwhile, North Korean troops assigned to Russian front lines in Ukraine are learning from battlefield small drone tactics, ostensibly bringing both the technology and the battlefield how-to back to the Korean peninsula. In the Middle East, Iran has turned to drones and missiles as a way to spar with Israel and Iraq, signaling will and capability while playing a dangerous game of escalation control with unmanned weapon volleys.
Good evening and welcome. It was Iran who struck tonight in the ever-spiraling cycle of violence in the Middle East. The U.S. says around 200 Iranian ballistic missiles launched from Iran rained down across Israel this evening, sending people running for cover.
The real revolution in these Iranian missiles and drones is not their range, precision, or lethality, all of which have improved dramatically over the last 2 decades. It's their cost. Iran has figured out how to make its Shahad drones far cheaper than the U.S. alternatives, with versions of the Shahad costing between $20,000 and $50,000. Compare that to U.S. cruise missiles like the Alcom or air-to-air missiles like the AMRAAM, which cost upwards of $1 million per munition. And Iran is happy to sell these technologies to whomever wants to purchase, whether that be Russia to use against Ukraine, Hamas, or Houthi rebels shutting down shipping lanes in the Red Sea.
Iranian-backed Houthi rebels are claiming responsibility for a missile attack on a U.S.-owned cargo ship today. The U.S. military says the ship sustained minor damage. There were no injuries on board, you have to hear. Well, the U.S. and U.K. bombed dozens of Houthi targets in Yemen last week in response to repeated attacks on international shipping.
It's not just that the U.S. is watching what is happening in Ukraine, Israel, Iran, or the Red Sea and making decisions about their weapons inventories. It's also China. And China's response to these technologies has extremely important implications for the United States because, according to the last 2 national security and defense strategies, China is the pacing challenge, the great power competition the U.S. is preparing for, and ostensibly the most likely country that the U.S. would go to war against. So what is China up to? Well, China's proliferating an inventory of nuclear and conventional cruise and ballistic missiles, some launched from aircraft, others from submarines, and finally some from fixed and mobile ground launchers. This wide array of launch options makes these systems increasingly survivable. Meanwhile, advances in end-stage targeting, new seeker heads, and cueing have made them more precise. So precise and dynamic that they now threaten U.S. ships at sea, including the U.S.'s premier aircraft carriers. In addition to developing offensive attack unmanned systems, they've also created remarkable air defense missiles with ranges of hundreds of miles. These air defense systems can be forward deployed on islands the Chinese have repurposed as regional military outposts, as well as on destroyers and other naval vessels that patrol the Pacific Ocean and the seas surrounding East Asia. The Chinese are also experimenting with unmanned aerial systems. Here's Stacy Pettyjohn, Senior Fellow and Director of the Defense Program at the Center for a New American Security.
Hard to know exactly what China's doing because they're pretty unwilling to share a lot of what's going on. Like, they have copied most of the U.S.'s unmanned systems and have their own variants of it, which they've been exporting these have not proven to be particularly good, but it looks like China's military has really looked at what's going on in Ukraine and is learning from it and is investing in a more varied sort of fleet of uncrewed systems to include more loitering munitions or kamikaze type drones of various ranges. They had purchased the Israeli-made Harpy decades ago, I think now, and reverse engineered it. And it seems like there's more attention paid to that. They also have been fielding a bunch of different unmanned systems with their Navy, with basically every service. And you can see how the Chinese military in a Taiwan invasion scenario could make use of all these systems.
In order to network all these unmanned systems together, the Chinese have also invested in their own navigation, intelligence, and communications satellites. While China still has far less satellites than the U.S., it has plans to launch up to 20,000 satellites over the next few years. And perhaps most dangerously, China built and demonstrated an anti-satellite missile that could attack satellites in low Earth orbit, putting many of the U.S.'s satellite inventory at risk. This is a clip from a congressional hearing in 2015, when Maryland Congressman Ruppersberger voiced alarm to the U.S. intelligence community about Chinese anti-satellite missiles.
I'm very concerned that China has been conducting tests, and they conducted a destructive anti-satellite test against its own satellite.
As Stacey alluded to in her discussion of unmanned aerial systems, the challenge deciphering China's unmanned arsenal is trying to understand what is experimentation and demonstration versus combat ready, or conversely, what is civilian as advertised versus military as it could possibly be used. For instance, we know that the Chinese have built a series of autonomous seaborne technologies, ostensibly for research and civilian purposes. They have, for example, a research ship that carries a series of unmanned systems for underwater, surface, and aerial research. However, in reality, this drone mothership seems to have a complicated, if not completely entangled, relationship with the Chinese military. Further, Chinese scientists and state-operated news agencies have announced a series of unmanned technologies, robots, surface drones, unmanned drone landing ships, and even an unmanned combat vessel. But it's all still too early to tell how integral these unmanned systems will be to any future Chinese campaign. War is always an exogenous shock to technology. And the war in Ukraine, as well as the missile and drone proliferation in the Middle East and Asia, will likely have as large an influence on the future U.S. unmanned trajectory as the Arab-Israeli wars did in the 1970s. Most importantly, these conflicts directly question both of the beliefs about warfare that have shaped contemporary U.S. investment in unmanned systems. According to the military revolution theory of war, unmanned technology should enable rapid offensives and quick and decisive campaigns. However, what we've seen in Ukraine is how these systems have slowed down warfare. Drones are combated with mesh netting over trenches and electromagnetic jamming. Offensives are stymied by low-tech landmines. Aircraft and naval vessels are destroyed by drones and swarms of cheap munitions. In short, the tit-for-tat of unmanned systems and counter-unmanned systems has incentivized bloody wars of attrition, and not the short contests of technological overmatch foreshadowed by early believers in the information technology military revolution. Meanwhile, the proliferation of cheap missiles and drones to countries like Iran, North Korea, Hamas, or Houthi rebels that would otherwise be deterred by U.S. conventional and nuclear superiority has led to increasingly expensive tit-for-tat missile and drone exchanges that flirt dangerously close with large-scale violence. All of this is happening as China, ostensibly the U.S.'s greatest competition and pacing challenger, is experimenting and expanding its own unmanned arsenal with long-range missiles, satellites, and a host of unmanned aerial, surface, subsurface, and ground platforms. The question is, with everything that's happening in this world, does the U.S. have the right arsenal of unmanned weapons? Can the lessons from Ukraine inform what we develop and field? Or is the American way of war one that requires a different arsenal of unmanned technologies? In the next and final episode, we look at how the U.S. is responding to unmanned innovation around the world, talk with the new idea entrepreneurs, And finally, weigh in ourselves on what our research suggests the U.S. should do in order to best build its future unmanned arsenal. Join us then for the conclusion of The Hand Behind Unmanned.
I'm Julia.
And I'm Jackie.
This is the Hand Behind Unmanned podcast. If you liked it, buy the book. It's by Oxford University Press and available on Amazon.
Thanks for listening. Episode 7. The Future Hands Shaping the U.S.'s Unmanned Arsenal.
As Commander-in-Chief, my focus is on building the most powerful military of the future. As a first step, I'm asking Congress to fund a state-of-the-art Golden Dome missile defense shield to protect our homeland, all made in the USA.
This plane flies with drones. It flies with many, many drones, as many as you want. And it's a technology that's new, but it doesn't fly by itself. It flies with many drones, as many as we want. And that's something that no other plane can do.
Welcome to The Hand Behind Unmanned, a podcast about how America fights war without human beings, told from the perspective of the human beings making those choices. I'm Jackie Schneider.
And I'm Julia McDonald. In this podcast, we take you inside weapons budget lines and behind classified program doors to understand not only what unmanned technology the U.S. military bought, but why. For those of you who came for the technology, we hope you'll stay for the people, because this really is a story about remarkable humans, historical junctures, and our beliefs about the future of war and what that means for unmanned weapons we buy.
Along the way in our unmanned journey, we'll learn valuable lessons about how technology shapes the winners and losers in war, how humans and technology interact at a time when the march of technological progress seems inevitable, how public funds get invested when it comes to warfare, and above all, the human hands at the heart of unmanned technology. Over the last 6 episodes, we've taken you on a journey to explain why the U.S. ended up with an unmanned arsenal of expensive, exquisite, remotely controlled unmanned aerial systems. Showed you what's happening outside the U.S., how conflicts in Ukraine and the Middle East are influencing not only the U.S., but China, as both countries consider how emerging technology and new unmanned weapons will shape their great power competition. If you've been with us this long, you have a sense of why the U.S. invested in the current unmanned arsenal. But we're going to spend the rest of this episode looking at how that arsenal is changing, what lessons the U.S. is taking from current wars, and make an argument about what the U.S. should have in its future arsenal, and how it might get there, or get derailed. Throughout this journey, over hundreds of years of American military technology, we've introduced you to the people who have shaped our beliefs, identities, and eventually our unmanned military arsenal. Many of those people and offices are now gone. Some dead, some retired, offices closed, a new presidential administration in office. So we're going to introduce you to a new cast of characters, perhaps the next big influencers in military ideas, and give you a glimpse into the beliefs they are starting to articulate about technology, unmanned warfare, and the future of the American military. We left our American story at the end of the War on Terror, but U.S. unmanned investments have evolved even in the short years after leaving Afghanistan. Today, after 3 years of war in Ukraine and a little over 3 months of the second Trump administration, it feels like the U.S. unmanned arsenal stands at one of those important critical junctures, like the creation of the Air Force or air-land battle or the dissolution of the Soviet Union. And that critical juncture is going to dictate its trajectory, potentially for decades. We started this episode with a few clips of President Trump discussing some of the technologies his administration is prioritizing: a golden dome of missile and space-based defenses, the next fighter aircraft with a team of loyal drone wingmen, and in general, a focus on attritable one-way missiles and drones. Many of these programs were already under development before the Trump administration took over for their second term. And certainly the cracks within the U.S. unmanned arsenal were already starting to show far before the transition between Biden and Trump. Ukraine highlighted weaknesses in the U.S. defense industrial base, shortages in air defense missiles and precision munitions, and how ill-equipped the rigid U.S. defense acquisition process was to adapt the arsenal to the rapidly changing battlefield environment in Ukraine. Meanwhile, the U.S. was dealing with an ongoing tit-for-tat missile and drone volleys with both Houthi rebels and Iran.
Now to the Middle East and the dramatic new video from the Iran-backed Houthi militia who claim it shows them shooting down a U.S. drone in Yemen.
Today, Iran launched nearly 200 ballistic missiles towards targets in Israel. The United States military coordinated closely with the Israeli Defense Forces to help defend Israel against this attack. U.S. naval destroyers joined Israeli air defense units in firing interceptors to shoot down inbound missiles.
These attacks highlighted both the vulnerability of U.S. remotely controlled unmanned aerial systems and the overwhelming cost burden of shooting down cheap but prolific Iranian drones and missiles with expensive, exquisite, and scarce American missile defense systems. So how is the U.S. responding to these cracks in the arsenal? Well, interestingly enough, the changes are happening from the outside in and the top down. Even before Trump's election victory, venture capital investment in defense technology began flooding into the market as conflicts in Ukraine, Israel, the Red Sea, and an increasingly dangerous relationship between the U.S. and China all signaled an appetite for defense technology. These investment incentives were flamed by a burgeoning defense innovation ecosystem created over the last few presidential administrations. This included organizations like the Defense Innovation Unit, in addition to a slew of other innovation organizations owned by the Air Force, Navy, Army, Marines, and Space Force, as well as the new Office of Strategic Capital. These organizations attempted to fund technological innovation by playing bureaucratic dodgeball with the American military weapons acquisition process, dodging, ducking, dipping, diving, and dodging again, the cumbersome Pentagon bureaucracy with a series of contracting acronyms like OTA, SIBR, and SITR, and to some success.
Replicator is meant to help us overcome the PRC's biggest advantage, which is mass. More ships, more missiles, more people. We've set a big goal for Replicator, to field attritable autonomous systems at scale of multiple thousands in multiple domains within the next 18 to 24 months.
But none of these outside-in and top-down attempts to respond to U.S. weapons vulnerabilities will be successful without the support of the armed services. So how are they adapting to these technological and political shifts? Perhaps not surprisingly, the Air Force is moving away from the MQ-9s of the past and focusing instead on new drones and missiles that enable manned fighters and core strategic air power missions like long-range strike. The centerpiece of this acquisition strategy is the Collaborative Combat Aircraft, or CCA, a program which envisions a team of drones controlled by a manned aircraft that essentially create external, semi-autonomous or fully autonomous stores of munitions that can be dynamically tasked for both air-to-air and air-to-ground missions. At its pinnacle, the idea is a swarm of smaller, hopefully cheaper, systems that work in partnership with a manned mothership to launch strikes from afar. The transition from Predators and Reapers to collaborative combat aircraft, in conjunction with this new defense industrial base that includes both the traditional defense prime companies, like Lockheed or Boeing, as well as defense technology startups, like Anduril, or to some extent General Atomic, has created a new competition dynamic for the future of the unmanned arsenal. And this is a competition that is defined as much by armed service requirements and traditional defense bureaucratic politics as it is by YouTube shorts about cool new technology, charismatic founders giving TEDx-style talks about the future of the military, and defense technology companies leaning into the future of war even before official defense requirements. Here's Palmer Luckey, founder of new defense tech company Anduril.
For years, there's been this science fiction trope of conflict in the future being defined by large numbers of swarming drones or autonomous systems. But it's not just a sci-fi trope. This is also what a lot of war planners and a lot of people looking at the future of the military believe is going to be the future. Anduril Industries is a defense product company that builds defense technology and then sells it to the United States government and our allies around the world. The thing that makes us special and the thing that makes us different from a lot of other contractors is that we use our own money to fund almost all of our research and development, and then we build products and then we sell them after they're done. So we're usually not going to the government and saying, here's an idea, here's a white paper, you're going to pay for it whether it works or not. We're saying, look, we are going to use our own money on this. We're going to make sure that it works.
As Ben Jensen, director of the Futures Lab at the think tank CSIS, explains about the ensuing competition between companies like General Atomics, who created the Predator and Reaper, and new tech darlings like Anduril.
I think the MQ-9 is tailor-built for a very specific mission. And it becomes so good at that long-range, persistent mission that it almost becomes a victim of its own success. And if you go back and look at it, what's interesting is that even General Atomics was trying to invest in an alternative, a jet-based alternative to take over from the MQ-9, but then budget realities set in. And that never really came to fruition, and then might now with CCA. And so now the big CCA game will be which one is picked. Is it the new kid on the block, Anduril? Ooh, that Anduril, it's like Hansel in Zoolander. It's so hot right now. Or is it like GA is Derek Zoolander? I don't know which one will get picked, but they have very different approaches to how they're building the CCA. And I'd give GA credit for that. They saw the MQ-9 was really optimized for a particular set of wide area surveillance mission and point strikes. And you needed something else that was faster and more survivable, different payloads. And they engineered towards that. And the truth is they were down selected one of 2 companies out of 5.
The Air Force is prioritizing the Collaborative Combat Aircraft Program and galvanizing new defense technology companies as they compete for the premier unmanned weapons program of the Air Force. But at the same time, with other unmanned modernization efforts, the Sentinel intercontinental ballistic missiles, a program slated to modernize the Cold War-era nuclear ballistic missile inventory, is behind timelines and significantly over cost estimates. Similarly, the Air Force's hypersonic missile development program was eventually canceled. Meanwhile, the Air Force's intended replacement for an aging and expensive cruise missile inventory, the Extended Range Attack Munition, is going through a bit of an identity crisis that threatens to derail the entire program. The Navy, as always, is going its own way. While it partners with the Air Force in Australia on a loyal wingman drone, its main focus is on modernizing its shipborne missile inventory and experimenting with surface and subsurface vessels to account for an overworked, expensive, and increasingly vulnerable inventory of manned vessels. While most of these unmanned vessel programs are still in research and development or early experimentation and prototyping, the Navy has started to put some budgetary skin in the game to these programs. Over $300 million in the FY 2025 budget, with over $500 million already expected for procurement of large and small unmanned vessels by FY 2027. There is a growing sentiment from the operational Navy that unmanned systems will be a centerpiece of the Navy in the near future. Admiral Paparo, Indo-PACOM commander, speaks frequently of a hellscape concept, one that uses swarms of unmanned platforms across domains to create fog, friction, and inflict cost on a Chinese military threatening Taiwan or other interests in the Pacific. Here's Admiral Paparo from a February 2025 keynote at the Pacific Forum on autonomous technologies and competition with China.
I see certainly unmanned systems as our force multiplier. You'll be aware of the term hellscape and its association with my name. We have to build these capabilities at scale, network through resilient, multispectral communications that can operate in contested environments. And it's not about replacing warriors. It's about giving warriors the advantage they deserve and giving our nations the defense they deserve. Autonomous systems will provide persistent coverage, accept the levels of risk, and multiply the combat power without multiplying our manning requirements. The technology exists, the concepts are proven, but what we lack is sufficient scale and integration. And we've got to move beyond boutique programs and limited deployments to full-scale implementation across all domains.
In the Pacific, the U.S. Navy is leaning hard into these experimental concepts and unmanned technology, perhaps with a fervor reminiscent of the interwar years, putting research technology in the field, standing up unmanned vessel units, clamoring for manned-unmanned teaming, and in general, desperately seeking to bring unmanned out of the acquisition valley of death that stands between idea and introduction onto the battlefield. But while the combatant Pacific Navy may be leaning into the employment of unmanned systems, that's not where the Navy makes procurement or buying decisions. Instead, it is Navy offices far afield from the Pacific Ocean, in offices in Arlington, Virginia, at the Pentagon, that's tasked with manning and equipping the naval force. And here, a continent away from Admiral Paparo's hellscape, it's still a struggle between the calls for unmanned masts from commanders at sea and the strain of budget requirements to field the 600-man ship Navy that has long been the desired but difficult to attain gold standard for naval force design. This is a delicate balancing act for the Navy, not just balancing budget priorities between manned and unmanned, but also trying to shape missions for these unmanned vessels and aircraft that enable but don't threaten the core missions of the surface and subsurface navies. Now, that can lead to unmanned systems that are built with unclear missions, or they're tasked to do too much. Both unclear missions and too many missions are a recipe for programs that spiral in both cost and timelines. For example, in a 2024 Congressional Research Service study, Ronald O'Rourke detailed the Navy's vision for the large unmanned surface vessels. But it looks like a kind of do-it-all list of tasks and a vessel design that would allow for adaptation as the Navy force evolves. As O'Rourke writes, the Navy wants LUSVs, that's large unmanned surface vessels, to be low-cost, high-endurance capacity for carrying various modular payloads, anti-surface warfare and strike payloads, as well as anti-ship and land attack missiles. Perhaps paradoxically, in the quest for these unmanned systems to fill multiple potential future roles, the programs can get caught in what I've called an identity crisis, which can lead to expensive and delayed fielding of the technology. These issues derailed the Navy's first unmanned aircraft program, the X-47, which was canceled in 2016 after the Navy spent $1.4 billion. And this is perhaps where you would expect the greatest unmanned adoption and the biggest force adaptation to the lessons of Ukraine and Russia. And the Army is certainly experimenting with unmanned aerial and ground systems, from the 3D printed UAV low-altitude stalking and strike ordnance to the future tactical unmanned aircraft system. And they've tried to empower adaptation from the bottom up to bring these new systems in. Here's Senior Fellow and Director of the Defense Program at the Center for a New American Security, Stacey Pettyjohn.
You've seen the U.S. Army, the Chief of Staff has started an initiative called Transformation in Contact, in which he's trying to help the Army incorporate off-the-shelf commercial drone technology by giving it to different units and letting them just sort of experiment with it in real time and see what they do, see what they can't do, instead of waiting and going through the multi-year acquisition process. They're given these drones, they're able to figure out what is sort of the art of the possible, what the limitations are, and the conditions under which they might be able to use them to help them to achieve different missions.
The focus of the Army is always on how unmanned systems enable the American vision of all-arm ground maneuver warfare. The human, the soldier, is always the centerpiece. Here's General Rainey, head of Army Futures Command, in a keynote at the AUSA Global Force Symposium in March 2025.
War remains a human endeavor. It's a contest of will between human beings. There's no indications looking at anything going on that is changing. It's good news for the U.S. military and especially the U.S. Army because our people are our number one asymmetric advantage.
And for the Army, the lessons from Ukraine about unmanned systems that enabled an increasingly entrenched attrition war are not a simple copy and paste for the modern American Army, whose bread and butter is maneuver and deep first-strike offensive campaigns. Instead, the Army is looking at how they can invest in unmanned systems across domains that can retake the initiative while moving the American soldier further away from those first volleys of conflict. General Rainey made the role of unmanned systems and their ability to protect the front line even more explicit promising onlooking soldiers at the 2023 Army Warfighting Summit that we will never again trade blood for first contact. In many ways, what the Army is talking about today looks very similar to the airline battle deep strike vision of the 1980s Army. But this time, they don't have to beg the Air Force for help with combat air support, manned F-16s and A-10s. Instead, the Army can turn to today's unmanned systems. FPVs, small UASs, even ground-based missiles and robot vehicles embedded within Army units and controlled by Army commanders to strike the enemy first and prepare the battlefield for an overwhelmingly dominant U.S. Army maneuver campaign. Here's General Rainey again.
And you talk to anybody who's ever fought it, they'd much rather be in the offense and have the initiative, because once you stop, you know, a lot of advantage confers to the person who's moving. Human-machine integration, right? Not replacing humans with robots, but figuring out how to combine our great people with unmanned systems. And I use that term deliberately. That's, you know, UAS, UGS, surface, subsurface, subterranean. We need to think about unmanned systems holistically. It's not to replace our people. That's the wrong way to think about it. In fact, there's a lot of evidence that as you inject unmanned systems, you might actually have an initial increase in the number of people, but they'll be farther away from the point of contact.
Perhaps where the Army can make the biggest change is in investments in long-range conventional missiles and new air defense missiles, two missions that the Air Force has almost completely abandoned. And yet, it is the most likely mission for the Army in a Pacific Ocean or Taiwan scenario in which the Navy's long-range strike is limited by its capacity and its own vulnerability, and the Air Force by weapons stores and base vulnerabilities. Accordingly, the Army invested in a few modernization programs for long-range strike, including the ATACMS successor, the Precision Strike Missile, and the Army's long-range hypersonic weapons program. Both these programs are relatively expensive and exquisite, and the cost of these missiles only goes up as you make them more precise, longer range, and faster. Further, while none of these programs directly threaten core Army missions or specialties, they also don't have vociferous advocates from within the Army. And that's a problem, because when the Army first announced its intentions to refocus on long-range strike, the Air Force went on the offensive. The Mitchell Air Power Institute, a think tank devoted to strategic air power, published reports and a podcast that criticized the Army programs and advocated instead for long-range strike via Air Force bombers. Here's former commander of Air Force Global Strike Command, Tim Ray, in an interview from that 2021 Mitchell Institute podcast.
Now, while I get the Air Force is the only service that has bombers, I also hear a lot about other branches pursuing long-range strike options these days. Could you explain that?
Sure, Doug. What's going on is a roles and missions thrash where many of the services are trying to prove their relevance in the wake of Afghanistan and Iraq. The calculus has changed a lot as we look at operations against top-tier competitors like China. And with budgets set to get tighter, some of the services, particularly the Army, are aggressively trying to grab mission that they think will help them become more relevant in our new national security strategy. And long-range strike is at the top of that list.
For Ray, the Army should instead focus its missile efforts on air defense. For example, Air Force bases in the Pacific that are vulnerable to Chinese volleys of missiles, drones, and bombs.
It also sees them divert money from core responsibilities, in the Army's case, like providing for air-based defense and missile defense.
Ray may be fighting what then Army Chief of Staff General James McConville described as service identity rivalry. Where you sit sometimes depends on where you stand, he said, and your view of the future fight may be different from your perspective. And that's what retired General Robert Brown, Executive Vice President of the Association of the United States Army, and former commander of U.S. Army Pacific, called a stunning slap at a sister service. But perhaps why the comments hit so hard is that there's an element of truth to Tim Ray's critique. The Army has been perhaps under-prioritizing unmanned point defense systems while focusing on unmanned technology that defends ground troops or that enables long-range strike. The Army's premier defense system continues to be the Patriot, the same air defense system developed as part of the 1980s air-land battle. Now, the Army has invested in improved radars and battle control systems, but the Ukraine war revealed how much more the U.S. needs. More missiles, more launchers, and more battalions in general. In the last year, the Army has promised to invest more in these air defense units with at least one extra battalion. The Army is also designing a tactical alternative to the Patriot, the IFPC, designed to defend fixed and semi-fixed sites from rockets, artillery, and mortars, as well as cruise missiles and drones. It's currently under contract for $4.1 billion. That's only for 18 systems. Where the Army may be investing in unmanned systems that largely enable the way the Army has wanted to fight since the first Gulf War, the Marines have wholeheartedly embraced unmanned systems. They have unmanned aerial vehicle squadrons, which operate larger remotely controlled systems, as well as early investments in small unmanned aerial systems. But that's just the beginning, because as part and parcel of a new force design, the Marines envision a kind of a future combat systems on steroids that leans on network sensors, big data, AI, and unmanned systems across domains to enable a new warfighting strategy of modern island hopping in the Pacific.
General David H. Berger first communicated the Force Design 2030 concept.
We have a lot of experimentation, a lot of learning to do.
Although it is rooted in decades of experiments that date as far back as 1997. It is designed to create a single, integrated force that supports joint operations focused on forward maritime campaigns, yet retains the ability to perform traditional Marine Corps roles.
The video that we just included shows Marines in typical missions. But in between clips of Marine soldiers in combat, the Marines show the small drones, the shipborne unmanned reconnaissance, and the long-range unmanned strike they're designing to complement the smaller, faster new Marine force.
We have to change. We have a lot of experimentation, a lot of learning to do. We cannot wait to move out. We have to change. We have to move out now. And we have to preserve enough to learn in the future over the coming years to make sure we get it right.
Not waiting for the programs to reach full maturity, the Marines are experimenting with these systems, thinking about training, logistics, and in March 2025, they stood up the Marine Corps Drone Attack Team to streamline the introduction of the technology to the Marines.
The Marine Corps Attack Drone Team mission is to rapidly scale and accelerate the implementation of armed first-person view drones into the Fleet Marine Force.
Finally, we turn to the newest armed service, the Space Force. The Space Force is at the beginning of defining who they are as a service, and that includes what kinds of missions they will view as key to their identity, and as a follow-on, the weapons and systems that will enable that new identity. Today, some of that debate revolves around whether to focus on offense in space, space weapons, space bases on the moon, manned space missions, or to focus on how space enables other domains which would lead to investments in intelligence, navigation, communications. For our exploration of unmanned systems, what this debate ends up being about is between a service defined by manned missions to the moon and astronauts and guardian warfighters in space. Some of the ideas featured in this Space Force recruitment ad.
The light from a star can take millions of years to reach Earth. So when you look at a star, you're looking back in time. But I see the future. I see exploration and courage. I see my country finding new horizons out there. And I see giant leaps making a comeback. I see myself. The future is where I'll make history.
Or a service that is primarily one about unmanned technology and the humans on Earth that keep those satellites in space, enabling terrestrial warfare. An identity you see in this competing Space Force recruitment ad.
We're calling on all late-night coders, early morning gamers, self-proclaimed space geeks, stargazing science junkies, and especially square peg and a round hole type thinkers to shape the only force created for the 21st century.
So consider this your invitation.
Here's Aaron Bateman, assistant professor in the history department at George Washington University, to explain this divergent debate about the core identity of the Space Force.
Fundamentally, the Space Force is an information support service. Yes, it has some offensive capability, and, the only ones that are really acknowledged at all are electronic warfare. But if we look at personnel across the service who are engaged in operations, like not looking at acquisition, but like people who are on console doing operations, most of what they're doing is maintaining information infrastructure that the joint force is using. And it's really vital. It's really critical. And it's just not the kind of sexy warfighter identity that most people associate with the military. And so I think herein lies the tension. And I think that what you see is a group of people within the service and outside of it who are saying, okay, look, we just have to embrace this reality. We're not going to be kicking doors in Afghanistan or Iraq or, some place in the future where the U.S. is engaged in an insurgency. And if there's a war going on in the Taiwan Strait, space-based capabilities that the Space Force operates are going to be critical. But Space Force personnel, by and large, are far removed from that theater. They're maintaining that information infrastructure. And so you have a group of people saying, look, let's just embrace it and let's develop career paths that foster the technical expertise to do this mission that's going to be quite different than what the Marines or Army or Air Force are traditionally focused on. And then you have another group of people that really reject that, are like, no, we are warfighters and we need to be focused on, space warfighting, whatever that actually means.
Clearly, the armed services are in the midst of a deep period of adaptation and evolution, which involves reconciling the lessons about unmanned technologies coming out of today's battlefields with the service's age-old identities and beliefs about how the American military should fight its future wars. But if we've learned anything in the last 7 episodes, it's that beliefs about the future of war do not exist in a vacuum. Instead, there are people, catalysts, and organizations that can build new beliefs that shape the American military. In our story of the past few decades, 2 core beliefs, one about technology and military revolutions, and the other about a casualty-averse public, often challenge service identities. So how powerful will these beliefs be as we move forward? Let's start with military revolutions. Many look to Ukraine and declare a drone revolution. But is what we're seeing on the battlefield in Ukraine truly revolutionary? Let's start first with Michael Kaufman, an expert on drone warfare in Ukraine.
I often debate with myself between sort of the traditionalist and the futurist outlook. Futurists show up at the early cusp of any technology that's emerged and say, this has revolutionized everything, right? Traditionalists then show up and say, well, this has revolutionized nothing, and we're just going to duct tape it to the way we fight, and it's more of an evolution. And so I'm myself constantly debating which direction I see this taking.
Ultimately, for Michael, who's perhaps one of the keenest observers of the Ukraine war, there have been revolutionary advances in how unmanned technologies are used to fight wars. But these technologies are unable to create the revolutionary strategic advantages that create victory.
I don't think it's revolutionized the character of war, a bold claim, but I definitely see some pretty significant impacts from both these technological trends, but also the way it's changed how both sides fight.
Okay, so let's say this is an evolution, not a revolution. If that's true, is this just the latest evolution of a precision-guided missile revolution that advented in the wars of the 1970s? Or alternatively, an extension of the information revolution that began in the 90s? What we heard from the Office of Net Assessment and strategists like Elliot Cohen, Thomas Mencken, and Andrew Krapinovich in the early 90s was that the information age was creating a revolutionary advantage for weapons of precision and range, changing the advantage in war from campaigns of attrition to those of maneuver and first strike advantage. Is this still the case? Do unmanned technologies enable campaigns of maneuver where long-range strikes from qualitatively superior platforms can create strategic victory? Or do today's unmanned systems enable different and defining characteristics of war? To answer this question, we turn first to military innovation scholar Thomas Mencken.
I think what we see in Ukraine, what we see in the Middle East and elsewhere is that the means to strike with precision has really diffused. And so it's not one side that has this capability and the other side that doesn't. It's really varieties of 2 different sides that have the ability to strike with precision. So I do think that the current revolution has entered a new phase. It's entered the mature phase where it's all about marginal advantage. And we see in Ukraine war, each side trying to struggle for marginal advantage, whether it's in inventory size, whether it's in depth, whether it's in targeting strategy. But more and more, it looks like well, I guess one of the last revolutions that spread, the railroad rifle telegraph revolution of the 19th century. And when it eventually spread, well, World War I resulted. I mean, World War I didn't strictly result from the spread of the revolution, but attritional trench warfare resulted when both sides had machine guns, both sides had rapid firing artillery, and neither side really had the ability to maneuver in the face of those threats. That's where we are today. And so the historian in me says we're not just in the mature phase of the existing revolution, but we're likely to see some new approach emerge.
And that new approach, according to Mencken, will be about how autonomous technologies decrease personnel burden and increase situational awareness.
I think those systems will play increasingly important roles for a number of reasons. One, manpower is limited, personnel are limited. We need to expand that. Second, the ability of those systems to perform multiple functions on their own. Sense, make sense, and then act. Essentially, when we're talking about autonomous systems, that's really what you're talking about. Something that's able to sense the environment, that's able to make a decision or come to some sort of a decision and then act on that decision. And then it's unnecessary to put human lives at risk for a whole bunch of missions where you used to have to do that.
So fundamentally, Mencken's hypothesis is that the next evolution of these autonomous technologies, perhaps as artificial intelligence becomes more prevalent on the battlefield, will finally be about substituting technologies for the human on the battlefield, decreasing labor costs or mitigating risk by creating distance from that first volley of violence. And this leads to an important part of this evolution versus revolution debate, the role of technology itself. Would autonomous technology create revolutionary advantages if the technology were further along? Did the U.S.'s previous attempts at military revolutions and autonomous technologies, like the Army's Future Combat System of the early 90s, fail solely because the technology wasn't ready? Will generative AI and ChatGPT create a new historical moment for military technology? To answer this question, I turn to retired General Jack Shanahan, whose last job in the Air Force was running what was then called the Joint Artificial Intelligence Center.
We're looking now at temporal advantages, no long-term enduring advantages. I'm not going to say those days are behind us, but I think we're going to be hard-pressed to get a long-term competitive advantage because all of these stuff is available very commercially, very open source. You'll have a much more advanced, much more intelligent system writ large, but it's not going to happen just in whole. It will happen in little bits and pieces. What I would say is what I can attest to that from Maven and Jake. Maven started with putting AI into the ground processing stations called the Distributed Common Ground Systems of the Army and Air Force. And then in Jake, we were taking similar technologies in computer vision and beginning to insert them into the platforms in the sensors themselves. So we'll see that incremental improvements over time. How do you get better edge processing? Well, you need AI to do AI at the edge. How do you do better communications? Well, you probably need AI to do better spectrum management and so on. And so all of this will continue to build over time. But what I don't ever expect to see, at least I don't think so, is some massively dramatic improvement that suddenly offers a war-winning capability in the space of, months as opposed to a decade.
So what advancement could win wars? Let's come back to one of the fundamental debates about warfare and technology. What matters more, quantity or quality, precision or mass? Are these two characteristics direct trade-offs with one another? Or did the precision-guided munition revolution, or the information age revolution, or the drone revolution make precision so cheap that you no longer have to trade off precision for mass? That's certainly what Mike Horwitz, professor at University of Pennsylvania and former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense, is arguing.
I think we've entered the era of precise mass in warfare. And traditionally, it was mass that set the odds for who wins and loses wars. Smaller armies can defeat bigger armies, but generally, bigger is better, whether it's more spears, more bow and arrow, more guns, more tanks, more planes. But with the advent of precision strike, which really took off in the context of the second offset and then was publicly revealed in the first Gulf War in 1990, 1991, it really transformed how the United States thought about using force. And there are also advantages to, precision weapons in reducing collateral damage. But the intersection of that and military effectiveness meant that you have a strong incentive then to pursue precision. That precision gets increasingly expensive to the point where the average precision-guided cruise missiles in the U.S. arsenal cost $1 to $3 million each. And the platforms associated with launching them, whether you're talking about F-35s or whether you're talking about submarines or whether you're talking about, other naval surface craft, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, cost orders of magnitude more than that. So the U.S. has been organized essentially since the end of the Cold War on the notion of a small, qualitatively superior, precise arsenal, and even more important, concept of operation for fighting. Now things have changed, or I would say things should change in the context of the United States, in that in a world where precision strike technology, like precision guidance is 50 years old, essentially. This is not like a new secret thing that the U.S. has access to that other countries have access to. And in a world where the Houthis and Iran and Russia and Ukraine have access to really low-cost precision strike that's proven to work on the battlefield.
And Mike Horowitz isn't the only one that thinks we no longer have to trade off precision and mass. Here's General Rainey, head of Army Futures Command, from that March 2025 keynote.
It looks like technology is creating an opportunity to be precise and mass effects at the same time.
But can we really get precision and mass and still afford to fight a war against China or North Korea or Houthi rebels in Iran? Here's where I think the belief in technology and military revolutions and the belief in technology and the substitution of technology for human lives can sometimes be at odds with each other, especially with how they create incentives to increase the economic cost of warfare in order to prioritize the political cost of warfare. The last 2 decades weren't just about precision versus mass. It was about how autonomous technologies could move the human from the very real human cost of warfare. And that meant building unmanned systems that privilege not just precision, but control, loiter, range, and survivability. And all of that is expensive. So even if we decrease the price of guidance or precision, if we want humans in the loop and options for both manned and unmanned on the same platform, and survivability and speed, if we need optionally unmanned platforms, complicated guidance and control, prepared to do a myriad of different missions or munitions that are survivable with great guidance and maneuverability, then even cheaper precision doesn't get us affordable mass. Here's Stacey Pettyjohn again on how the cost of these systems can sometimes unintentionally spiral out of control.
Missiles are another area where the United States has moved towards wanting more very high-end systems, and they need systems with a lot of range. The U.S. likes to, or has been driven to, fighting from standoff ranges, where the platform that is launching the missile stays outside of the area where there are the most enemy forces that could potentially attack it. And the need for standoff ranges inevitably drives up cost in missiles. So things like Tomahawk, which aren't even that long range, JASSM, another land attack cruise missile that's air-launched, they're just expensive. And you have even some of the missiles that are including pretty exquisite sensors so that they can track moving targets like ships. And some of them have incorporated elements to reduce the signature of the missile. So it's not really stealthy, but it's pseudo-stealthy. It's harder to detect on radar, and it's more likely to be able to penetrate integrated air and missile defenses and to actually reach its target. These are all really highly desirable attributes, but they end up, especially when they're stacked on top of each other, resulting in something that has a really high price tag.
And it's not just missiles that have a problem with this gold plating. It's also those little first-person view drones that are dominating the front lines of the Ukraine war and being shot down, destroyed, and replaced at the rate of thousands upon thousands at a time. The U.S. has struggled to buy pretty much any technology in mass and at low cost. Remember, for example, the experience of Mike Brown and the Defense Innovation Unit that we introduced you to in Episode 5, when the Army's attempt to buy a commercial off-the-shelf short-range reconnaissance program led to spiraling costs and ultimately a failed program. Often, what we want unmanned to do requires satisfying contradictory needs. For example, we want it to be low cost, but we also want it to be survivable. Or we want range, but we also want control. There is no unmanned silver bullet. Instead, perhaps what we need is an arsenal of many manned and unmanned things, a kind of high-low mix of manned platforms or exquisite unmanned munitions, but paired with or complemented by cheap unmanned things. Getting this high-low mix right might be the secret sauce. Paul Shari, Executive Vice President at the Center for a New American Security, agrees.
Some of those munitions are going to be expensive because it might be worth it to have really capable sensors on those munitions to go in and hit difficult targets. We're going to need expensive platforms. It's almost always better to be investing in the Archer rather than the Arrow, right? So what I mean, like, if you can invest in, say, a bomber that is more capable and stealth, you've got something that's standoff, and then you have to have more expensive munitions that are expendable. But there's a role for low-cost systems as well, and in particular, because we're in a situation where a lot of the platforms that we have are not going to be produced in very large quantities. That's just the reality. Then having low-cost unmanned or uncrewed systems as adjuncts to that, like some of these low-cost aircraft that might be a loyal wingman to an F-35 or to a bomber, that's going to help make those crewed platforms much more effective, actually. And so I think that we need a more balanced force, and we don't have one today. We are massively overinvested in large platforms.
We've already demonstrated that U.S. desire to create both overwhelming military advantage and remove the human from the battlefield can lead to pressures to increase the cost of technology. So what can the U.S. do to try and decrease the economic cost of unmanned warfare? Well, first and foremost, the U.S. Department of Defense needs to trim its processes to enable new ideas about technology to reach the battlefield at a quicker pace. Here's Mike Brown on how the DoD might be able to bring down costs from the inside out.
So in that race to be ahead in technology, we have to be conscious of the fact that the winner of a great power competition is not just who invents something, but how quickly that is deployed. We have to look at what are the underlying causes of why does it take so long to bring new capability to warfighters. The shocking fact that I learned was it takes on average 17 years to bring new capability to warfighters. The best case is 7 years, and the worst case, 27 years. Understandably, you're talking about more complex technologies here. That would be the case for a new generation fighter, a fifth generation fighter going to sixth generation fighter. It should be a lot faster if you're talking about these smaller autonomous systems, and it would be, but they're still going through the same acquisition and budgeting process you'd use for large defense platforms. That's the part that needs to change. So as we think about adoption, we do need a parallel system to specify what we need, to acquire it, and budget for it.
And to build that parallel system, we'll need some of those charismatic, long-term idea entrepreneurs, defense influencers that can weather multiple administrations and congressional budget cycles to make those dramatic changes to defense acquisition. Here's Andrew Krapinovich with some of the historical lessons about what you need to make those big changes.
You need a leader with extended tenure. Anybody who's trying to make a big change in an organization, typically there's a lot of resistance to doing things in new ways.
You need civilian leaders within the Department of Defense that know enough about service pathologies and how things work inside the Pentagon to be able to build defense narratives about technology and the future of war that co-opt, defeat, or sometimes manipulate service corps constituencies. Michael Horowitz, former DASD, on the challenge that faces this current administration to defeat that bureaucracy.
You have lots of people with technology backgrounds. And if you look at the confirmation hearings of someone like Feinberger, who's going to be the Deputy Secretary of Defense, he talked all about the way that he wants to, focus on accelerating more low-cost autonomy, AI-enabled systems, et cetera. Those are all good signs. The thing that we don't know is how successful they will be at navigating the military services and the defense bureaucracy to produce that actual change. one of the challenges that we ran into with the Replicator initiative was that to reallocate 0.05% of the U.S. defense budget, I mean, the U.S. defense budget is enormous, but to reallocate 0.05% of the defense budget to be able to field those all-domain attritable autonomous systems by August 2025 required over 40 different briefings with congressional appropriators and Armed Service Committee members, because it was just moving at the rate of technological change and moving at the speed of relevance, not the speed of the DoD budget process, which is glacially slow on purpose.
And you'll need a defense industrial base and a manufacturing capacity, either in the United States or allied countries, that is prepared to adapt, lean in, and quickly respond to changes on the battlefield. That will require government infusion of cold, hard cash, but likely partnered with private sector investment. I asked Mike Brown, who transitioned from leading the Defense Innovation Unit to leading a venture capital company, Shield Capital, that specializes in defense technology, about what the private sector will need in order to meet these demands.
What the private sector is waiting for is more signal, demand signal, we would call it, from the Defense Department to say, this is going to be important. We're actually going to start buying in quantity. Replicator is one of the first signs of that. I will say the Army has been ahead on ground autonomy and has gotten going with the remote combat vehicle as an example. So there are starting to be some programs here. We need more of those that will stimulate not only more companies that are interested in providing autonomous systems, but also more investment. Are we moving fast enough, far enough, fast enough? That's the question, is the speed at which this is happening. So I do think there's going to be a lot of pressure to move faster. I think this administration, the Trump administration, second Trump administration, is going to be applying that pressure, certainly from what we're hearing. And I think that will be good. The challenge will be, is the Congress willing to either increase the amount of money that is going for defense? That's what Senator Wicker has called for. Let's go back to spending 5% of GDP on defense. Your listeners might know that we haven't spent 5% of GDP on defense since the Reagan buildup in the 1980s, when he was really trying to spend the Soviets into seeing that they couldn't compete with the U.S. So that means it's been a very long time. So we either need to be spending more money so that there is the discretion in the budget to go buy some of these new technologies, or Congress has to say, yeah, maybe we don't need quite as many aircraft carriers, or we don't need that extra F-35. Now, the good news is these are low-cost technologies, so foregoing one of those large platforms buys you thousands, or in the case of an aircraft carrier, millions of aerial drones. So you don't have to give up too much there, but you have to give up something if you're not willing to spend more. So that's the concern I have, is Congress has to participate in this one way or another.
What is clear is that building the right unmanned arsenal for the future is not as easy as quality versus quantity, mass versus precision, or even on creating just low-cost systems. Fundamentally, we as Americans struggle to think about equipping ourselves for the types of wars that we really don't want to fight. Types of wars that look more like Vietnam or World War II than the Gulf War, or even the long but far less casualty-prone wars in Iraq and Afghanistan over the 2000s. Wars that aren't won in the first few salvos, but instead require a long-term strategy to sustain conflict. Here's Michael Kaufman again.
The challenge we have is that most of our thinking is around the initial phase of a war, which is a high-intensity maneuver battle. And we've thought that through to some extent. If the war lasts beyond 3 months, then actually we might very much end up in a similar cycle of warfare that's characterized by high levels of attrition because it's positional in nature or it's destruction-oriented. And that's very typical for a prolonged conventional war. And a lot of folks don't want to think about the fact that wars between major powers are pretty rarely resolved in the initial combat phase, because win, lose, or draw, it's very hard to knock your opponent out of the fight.
And this leads us to where we want to end this podcast, with China, which would certainly not be a war won or lost in 3 months. Again, Stacey Pettyjohn.
In terms of what the U.S. needs, because American forces had spent so long fighting terrorists in really pretty permissive environments where we would actually fly in really close, we'd have aircraft hovering above the skies, whether they were uncrewed or crewed, and then they would drop these very precise short-range weapons on a target and try to minimize the damage. Those are not the attributes that we would need for a war with China. We need missiles with longer range, which will be more expensive. We also sometimes would need area effects weapons that aren't very discriminate, that can cause either more damage or a wider area of damage to take out or suppress things like airfields that are big. You actually want a really big boom there and to spread out the effects instead of to make it as minimal as possible. We also did not buy anti-ship weapons. The U.S. military across the board basically got out of the anti-ship mission because the U.S. Navy was so dominant in the 1990s and 2000s that they stopped buying heavyweight torpedoes. They stopped buying anti-ship cruise missiles. The Air Force just completely walked away from the mission, which they had adopted at the end of the Cold War. And now we find that sinking ships and that there could be a Navy that's not going to sort of sail out and meet the U.S. Navy for a big force-on-force battleship fight, but more of an amphibious invasion like we're worried about with China and Taiwan, and that sinking ships is one of the key operations that would need to be conducted. The other types of missile that we are short on are air defense missiles. The U.S. has invested a lot in long-range area air defenses like the Standard Missile 3 or Standard Missile 6 and the THAAD and Patriot systems, but there are never enough of them. They're the most high-demand force element, sort of, I think, in the Joint Force, certainly in the Army. And the Army has neglected the cruise missile defense mission and short-range air defenses, which we've seen are really important when you're facing a threat from drones. So if we were to end up in a war with China, we would need a lot more cruise missile defenses, which might just be AIM-9Xs, which are relatively old missiles in a launcher, but the Army's just started buying those. We'd also need cheaper munitions to shoot down cheap drones, because right now the cost exchange ratio of doing so with really expensive air defense interceptors is very much not in the U.S.'s favor. So finding whether we can improve the munitions, the bullet shot by cannons, so that they are capable of taking this out, or developing shorter range rockets or really cheap missiles, or using things that are not kinetic like lasers or high-powered microwaves are really sort of needed to right that cost exchange ratio.
It's not clear that the vision of future warfare that comes from beliefs in military revolutions or casualty aversion aligns with the challenges that Stacy outlines. What is clear is that future conflict is not just about range or maneuver or even precision. It's about how these technologies enable a state to fight a conflict all the way up until the point of strategic victory. And that is about how a country sustains cost, whether it be economic or political. And so in the end, after taking this journey through the halls of the Pentagon, doctrinal revisions, professional military education syllabi, congressional hearings, think tank panels, and ultimately budget lines within the National Defense Authorization, we have become convinced that the rise of unmanned technology should be about how we think about cost. But calculating both economic and political costs of winning a war is not an objective process of balancing Excel sheets. Instead, we make these calculations with assumptions we build from beliefs and identities about technology and the future of war. And this is perhaps the resounding lesson of this series that is ostensibly about technology. We told you at the beginning that if you came to this podcast for technology, that we hope you stay for the people. But let me go one step forward and say I hope what you learned as you stayed for the people is that in order to understand technology, you have to first understand the ideas that made those technologies a reality. Absent strong ideas and influencers that can help shepherd those ideas through the budget process, the American military can become lost in uncertainty, fielding arsenals that fit parochial service interests but don't fit together to arm a coherent joint theory of war. Our aspiration in this podcast and in the book was to solve a puzzle about why the U.S. military has invested in the kinds of unmanned systems that now make up its inventory. In the place of this puzzle, we hope that listening to this podcast, or in reading the book, there's a newfound power that comes with the self-awareness to optimize investments in unmanned systems. Not free of ideas, beliefs, or identities, but recognizing, correcting, and embracing these hugely influential forces to hone the American unmanned inventory. The rise of unmanned systems is not inevitable. Instead, it is a reflection of human choice